storytelling or advocacy does not only stop at they're giving you the number, then you go and start. Come back to my mic, right? 20% or something, right? Can you track those figures, right? Can you follow the trend and make more sense out of it? So those are a lot of things that we're going to be doing. So it's going to be a more practical, intensive section starting from today. We have brought speakers that are going to be speaking down to issues like how to use your map to track climate several issues, because some of those databases are even map database, right? So you have to be checking the points and checking the line. So it's going to be a lot of practical sections that you're going to be following. So thank you again. I hope anybody is not scared. We hope allay your fear. Okay, so without wasting too much of our time, I want to bring up Mr. Daniel Oladoja, one of the persons who is facilitating, beyond facilitating, also moved. My name is Kehinde Ogunyale. Feel free to call me Kenny. Kenny as possible. Kenny, yeah. I like Kenny than Kehinde so that you will not spoil it. Right? So I'm going to bring up Daniel Oladoja, who is going to be taking his first section. So beyond being a facilitator in this place, I know he doesn't want me to say it, but it's part of people. So this event, as much as it's data fight looking at it, right? We have people that are funding it, right? So he's one of the persons that led that whole conversation. And personally, I'm glad because in back history, this whole conversation started as I just met him somewhere. I said, Kenny, this idea, and 5 or 6 months down the line, right now, we are doing it. So please, can you just appreciate Mr. Daniel as he come forward to take his section? Stop. Continue clapping on the come. He's the one giving you money.
All right. Good morning. So, I think I'm supposed to do two things. I like lectern because it gives me the vibe of being. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. Anyway, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much thank you, Kehinde, for that introduction and also for making this happen. I'd like to recognize every one of you and thank you so much for showing up this early, right? And also in this number, when you put things like this together, the one fear we usually have is, would people show up? And thank you so much for showing up. My name is Daniel Oladoja. I feel like my name is not difficult to pronounce, yet every race, tribe, color, height has murdered it. Oladoja. Like it's Ola and Doja together, right? But I've seen Hausas have mispronounced it, Igbos have mispronounced it, Yorubas have shocked me and mispronounced it. So I'm just gonna give up. I helped from a couple of my friends now have dropped the first part. So I think Doja is easy for them. So or whatever, I mean, it's not, they didn't call me Oladejo today, which I got called a lot growing up. But away from all that drama about my name, I work with the Global Strategic Communications Council, and I'm the lead for the Nigeria desk. And I have a colleague, her name is Zainab Bala. Some of you know her or have met her before or have worked with her. And together we try to work together to mainstream climate change and energy conversations in Nigeria. What that means is that we recognize that at every point in time, there are competing priorities in the media landscape, and our work is to ensure that climate and energy transition always get to be at the center and at the core and in the middle of those conversations. And that's what we do through several means and several ways. This partnership with DataFight was born out of the recognition that capacity development should be an ongoing engagement, an ongoing conversation. It's not a one-time thing. And I want to apologize to people who are joining from Lagos or any other parts of Nigeria, because this is the second training we're doing. The first one we did with CGID. Now we're doing with DataFight, and it's still in Abuja. There is no juju or jazz that will make the next one happen in Abuja. Like, nah, it's not gonna be. No, Abuja people, you are spoiled. You get everything. We will move the next one out of this place. And it will definitely be in Lagos. So just that's the first part of my Dogon Surinchi, like I used to say. And now my second work is to introduce you to what is called strategic communications. I know a couple of people are curious. Let me just go into a little bit of details. I think because I have a presentation, right, I would save a lot of other details about our work and how we work, because you will see that in my slides. So usually this talk would have gone on into so many details, but because I have a presentation, you're going to learn more about our work in that presentation. So if my slides are up, I will get into it now. The first thing I want to do is talk about this strange thing called Global Strategic Communications Council. And this is where I would start. How many of you here, I know that not everybody in this room. Okay, first things first, please, can you all put your phones on silence, please? Can we have all phones on silence? Please, thank you. Now, how many of you knew about the climate gates? If you've ever heard about the climate gates scandal, raise your hand. Okay. I expected that very few people would know about it, because it happened in 2009, and it was at the COP15 in Copenhagen. A university that I love so much, and I tried to study at a couple of times, which is the University of East Anglia, was at the center of a crisis. And the University of East Anglia has a center called the Tyndale Climate Center. It is managed by the University of East Anglia and the University of Manchester. I think the London School of Economics is also involved, but the center is basically run by 3 universities and some other universities in the UK, but majorly it is housed in University of East Anglia and co-managed by the University of Manchester. You can check these things if I'm wrong. Now, in 2009, just before COP15, there was a hack, and the University of East Anglia Tyndale Center, the Department of Climate Change, was hacked, and some emails were stolen. Now, those emails were email communications between professors in the Department of Climate Change, because the Tyndale Center is like at the top of climate research and modeling in the world. They were the ones who did the modeling of the Earth going back as far as maybe 50, 100 years to know what the Earth has always been like in terms of temperature modeling and all of that. So the core of the climate change conversation, the leading research that backs this whole climate change, was done by the Tyndale Center and University of East Anglia. Now, there was a thread of conversations between these professors, and that was what was stolen. Now, if you're in the academics, you know that climate change and academics generally is never A or B. Even when we say it is A, there's usually a lot of questions before you get to everyone agreeing that it is A. That is why you use the word general consensus. That's why you use words like peer review. It's a series of questions, arguments and back and forth. This one will say, no, I don't agree. This person would say, no, it's this way. Now, all of that debate that was happening between the professors was what was leaked. And it kind of casts doubt on the veracity of the claims that have been made about climate change and climate modeling. and it got out just before COP. So COP 15 was a lot of drama, and at the end of the day, what it was realized was that scientists are not communicators. So there needs to be a machinery that manages the communication side of climate science, because up till that time, that work was just left to scientists, the IPCC, right? So the IPCC just does. There was no media or communications apparatus that helps to manage the com side of things. And that was how GSCC was born. And for years, that entire organ or organism, as I like to call it, was hosted within the European Climate Foundation. Today, it has grown to an organization in like 34 countries, doing a lot of stuff. And what it is an international network of communications experts, badasses from different places, from media, from journalism, from stratcoms, advertising, policy comms, all together working to ensure that in different climes and different contexts, climate change is mainstreamed. And our philosophy is that you can you can get so much done if you don't care who takes the credit, right? And that is why, even though we're very, very involved in the planning, the funding, and execution of this event, there is no GSCC anywhere. Our logo is not anywhere. And we've done this, at least in the last 2 years that we've been in Nigeria, going to 3 years. This is what we've done, right? We don't want the credits, we only want the results. You take the credit, let the impact get achieved, and let everybody move on without drama. Some of you are in, all of you are in development. You know what branding is when you people start fighting for branding and recognition. Yeah. So we took ourselves out of that and say we're going to do whatever we want to do without the need to be mentioned, recognized, or celebrated. And that works because it reduces the burden, and it makes us enter into spaces that would have been difficult because of issues that you all know. However, however, I just want to. So this, oh, my slides are not moving. Um, I'm on the third or fourth slide, and that's the comparative analysis of COP15 and COP21. This so at when COP15 happened, this was what happened. This was all the news headlines. Dismal outcome, G8 agrees to limit global warming, India not legally binding, disappointing outcome, and all of that. Those were the headlines. No, 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 I wouldn't. Can you move this aside? I think it's blocking them. But COP21, about how many years later now, in 2015, these are the headlines you're seeing, right? Agreements. Now, this is to tell you, because some of you will think strategic communications is not magical. This happened in 2009. This happened in 2015. Between 2009 and 2015 is how many years? 6 years, right? 6 years. That is 6 years of strategic communications in the background to get this outcome, right? If you listen to, there's this podcast I recommend, it's called Cleaning Up. And Cleaning Up, there was this episode that aired, I think, in 2022, where the host brought in the UK climate envoy during this COP. And if you want to understand the politics of climate change, you have to go back and find that particular episode where what happened in COP 15, right? This COP in COP 21 was a lot of deliberate politicking behind the scenes to ensure that we got that outcome. And a lot of it was not done alone by politics. It was done with heavy media machinery to convince the politicians that that action needs to happen, right? And that's the work that we try to. Now, understanding strategic communications, that's what this whole presentation is all about. That's my next slide. Understanding strategic communications. What do we mean when we say strategic communications? I would want to ask, without using AI, ChatGPT, or Google, can anyone attempt to answer that question? Please don't use AI. Don't use Google. Don't ask ChatGPT. You can just raise your hand. How does this man get to you? Is there another one? Okay.
Okay, good morning, all. So, to me, understanding strategic communication means communicating in a simple language whereby the message or messages are passed and there will be an effective feedback. Thank you.
Thanks. Who else wants to try? Anyone else? What is strategic communications? Okay.
All right. So my name is Daniel, and communication that is intentional, to that is carefully, designed, to ensure development for progress.
That's very close. Who else wants to try? Women must talk, or you will not put me in trouble.
Don't worry, you're safe. So strategic communication is curated messaging targeted to a particular audience so as to get a particular result.
Okay, agreed.
My name is Joyce Ajibu. So it's almost similar to what she said. It's a communication that has to reach a targeted audience, yes, for comprehensiveness.
Thank you. All right, good responses. My brain power is not very high. I would have tried to remember everything you said, but everything you said is true. Everything you all said is true. It's targeted, it's intentional, it's calculated, it's intentional, it's deliberate, and that is what it is, right? In your own word. But look at it this way. It's by my slides. Communications that seeks to change the dominant discourse or to shape policy and achieve real-world outcomes. Strategic communications is really about A to B. That's it. It's communication that moves from A to B. This thing is happening. We don't want this to happen anymore. This is what we want to happen. How are we going to get there? Using communication as a tool, right? So it shifts communication from something that happens to a weapon. I don't mean in a bad sense, but a weapon for change. Does that make any sense? Right? So the first thing is in communication strategically, the first thing is usually, what do you want to change? What do you want to change? The first and the last thing in strategic communications is, what do you want to change and what's changed? Do you understand? The first question is, what are we changing? And the last question is, what's changed? I'll give you an instance. The reason why this training is happening, I hope you know that this is a strategic communications intervention, right? The reason why this training is happening is because we recognize that the climate conversation happening predominantly does not have data. Do you understand? There's a lot of conversation happening, but a lot of them are not rich in data. And we have passed the emotional stage of the climate discourse in Nigeria. That is no longer making sense. Don't gas Africa, say no to oil, we must stop pollution, stop killing people. You see all those things here? They've gotten us to a particular point. Now, to move beyond that point, we now need to start making sense with what? Real data. That is what needs to change. How is it going to change? By gathering people like you into this room and online, and the tools you need to be able to do that, and then sitting back to come back in maybe a month or 2 or 3 to see what you've done with these skills and what has changed in the media landscape. Does that make any sense? So a lot of times, strategic communications itself is not even publishing, right? It's the series of steps in between the work that is done before you see the final outcome. And I'll give you a lot of case studies later. There is a strategic communications loop. It starts with number 1, gap analysis. What is gap analysis? Oh my God. Sorry, I didn't complete this slides design. So forgive this, Lauren, whatever. I did this in a rush. Gap analysis is what I just explained to you now. I work in health, climate health reporting, right? But I have realized that if there are 50 reports on climate change in my field, right? Only 2 is on health. How do I increase output of health reports in climate change? So if that is my 9 to 5, how do I ensure that there is more climate reporting? First is what is missing, right? I want to find out what's missing. And what is missing is that we're not producing enough reports. So how do we produce more reports? That's the gap analysis. Or let's say we've been producing reports, but the Ministry of Health has not quoted any of our reports, right? The Ministry of Health has not quoted any of our reports. The Department of Health in my state has not quoted any of our reports. Nobody is using it because it is merely just stories and stories. What do we need to change? Okay, so we're going to make this thing. Sometimes you would even have to start with inquiry. Why are you not using our reports? Oh, because your reports are, why should I use your reports when UNICEF's report is better? So we want to make that report a lot more better, right? So that is the gap analysis. Goal setting is now, what is the outcome? What is the goal? The goal is what? To ensure that there is more adoption and uptake of our reports, right? Then what do we do? The key levers. What are the key levers we need to move to achieve that outcome? The key lever is that everyone in these departments knows zero about data, right? We have no knowledge about data. So we're first of all going to go train ourselves about data gathering, data analysis, and data presentation. When we finish that, we will now set a target of maybe producing over the next 6 months 3 data intense or data loaded publications. So we will do 3 every month. And when we do that, we will not just stop at producing those data. We will call someone from the Ministry of Health to do a verification exercise on our data. When we're done, that same data, we will take it to the senior or the head of the Federal Medical Center in our state so that he can comment on it. Then we will find somebody who works in public health to also analyze that data. Do you know what you're doing? You're pulling more eyes to your data. So it is not just, and this is to the journalists who just write and come and disturb all of us on Twitter. I have just successfully published. The question to you is, don't know, I'm preempting myself. Let me get there later. I'll get there. Don't worry. I will get there. We'll have that conversation. But the key levers are, who do we need to talk to? What medium do we need to use? Where does that conversation need to happen? Right? So we want to train journalists. I work with the GSCC. I have told you we are unbranded. You cannot, we don't have social media platform. We only have a website that is just there because funders need to find us somewhere. We want to work in Nigeria. We want to train people that work in CSOs and climate and all of that. who do we need to talk to? The first time we did a training like this, we worked with CJID because CJID has a huge connection with journalists and the media landscape. That is strategic partnership, right? The second time we're doing it with DataFight because DataFight also has that reach and they have the interest and there is also expertise in-house, right? To do this. Now, DataFight also has all of you. They have a way of reaching all of you. That is strategic partnership. So they are the first step. You are the second step. The third step is your work and the changes, the things you do. There was a question I asked Kehinde when we were having this conversation. He has not answered me and he has to answer. I told him this intervention is not complete until this particular step happens. He will give me an answer later today. Because we understand that, look, the theory of change also has a cycle. And if you are not deliberate about following it through, look, if you don't take anything away from this training, it is the fact that, look, every time you see something change, intentional about the process behind the scene. That is all I want you to take from here, that you cannot just do and move on. You have to be intentional about every phase of the work you do. If that is all you take away from this training, it will change how you work forever. For instance, we have partners, right? Everything we do is partners. And we have found how to convene events. So I attend events, climate change events, and we realize that when we show up at those events, it's always difficult to get the room to be filled up. So I and my colleague, we hacked it. Now, if we want to get 300 people into a room for a climate event, we know what to do. We have found the solution. If you want it, come and pay. I'll tell you. But we found the solution. You know why? Because we experimented. And then we experimented one thing. And we saw that, look, we were struggling to keep the room. I mean, we're praying that the room should not be at that point. We're praying because we know the food we prepared is for a certain number of people. The souvenirs is for a certain number of people. So please, whoever is coming, Abuja doesn't have traffic, but whatever should happen, should happen. Keep them in their houses. Right? So, and that comes from iteration, practice, observation, and study. So now we found a hack. That's the same thing you will do in your work. If you do a study, if you do a report, and you find out that people are not reading it, the next step is, what do we do to make sure that people read our reports? Don't assume that people are not interested in climate conversations. It is because you have not found the levers to pull to make them interested, right? Actions, what separate actions do you need to take to achieve the goal? Taking advantage of the levers you've identified. The levers are the voices you use. So when I was talking about the health report, for instance, you notice I said FMC lead, someone in Federal Ministry of Environment or Health, a public health practitioner somewhere, maybe a digital influencer somewhere, a community leader. By the time you put, those are voices, right? How about channels? What channels should we use? So a lot of you, because it's easy, you just put it on LinkedIn and Instagram and we've published, or you put it on your website and you say we've published, right? Do you need to find a different channel to publish? What are platforms or partners you need to use? What are the communities you need to engage with? Those are the key levers. I would refer to, how many of you saw, there was a video that's trending of Trevor Noah recently talking about Elon Musk. I wanted to play that video, but I left it. So he was analyzing Elon Musk, yeah, and he was talking about how the whole fiasco going on in South Africa. is why. Why? What is it about? What do you think is Elon objective in South Africa? Who can tell me? Online or offline? Who knows? Nah, it's Elon Musk. Why is Elon Musk interested in South Africa? Online response. Without asking ChatGPT. No. All the journalists in this house, stand up first. If you're a journalist, stand up first. Stand up. Oh. You introduced yourself. Oh. Whether it's climate or environment, stand up. Oh. Okay. Who works with tax company here? Because you meet each of these people and collect like 5K. Please sit down. All right. Elon Musk's objective in South Africa is Starlink. Starlink has not been allowed to work in South Africa because of their own business setup model that requires, in the constitution of any company, minorities and minority stakes and all of that, which Elon has refused to do, and the South African government has refused to budge. So Elon has decided that you will not allow me enter, and I will not allow you have peace, right? So all the chaos you're seeing, real objective the scene is that one man wants to set up his business in a particular country, at least amongst every other thing, his own part. I'm not talking about Trump, I'm talking about his part. His own objective is Starlink must work here. So if I need to go and cause chaos, so he found what's the lever? The lever is this. There are dissatisfied minority whites in this. Let us go and exacerbate their voices, right? Elevate it, make an issue out of an issue so it gains traction, gets the attention of this person, and then we escalate it to this level. By the time this whole drama finishes, one of the outcomes is what? That Starlinks will now operate. That is the architect of chaos. That's the architecture of chaos. And that's what you do with strategic communications. It is, we want to do this. What are we going to do? So your results may not, you may be doing something here. Now, this is a strategic communications intervention. The result may not be seen until about 2 years' time. So it's a long game. It's a very long, intentional game. It doesn't end with pop, right? And tracking change, that's where tracking change comes in. You could do a work and you're following it for like 2 years and nobody knows. We did a huge intervention in Lagos around the Dangote refinery, and we are still sitting down and we're looking at it. We haven't found the perfect time to release the work because there have been a lot around the Dangote, and we didn't want the message we're trying to pass across to have conflicting interpretations. So we shut the work down, keep it somewhere, and we're looking. Because it's a game of patience. How long can you wait? We finished this work since around March or April or thereabouts. No, not even. We finished, I think, sometimes last year. But we finished the periphery around January. But we've left the real meat of the work just somewhere chilling because we don't want the interpretation to be conflicted with so many things that are happening, right? So this is the model. Identify and fill strategic gaps. Sometimes you would need to empower partners, right? Across sectors and geographies. Sometimes you will need to create narratives that bring momentum for action in politics, business, industry, finance, and all of that. And sometimes you will need to amplify stories, right? Basically, everything I just explained to you is how you do stratcoms, politics, and policy, right? Moving on, say you're working in politics, for instance. The starting point would be what? Mapping, right? And then what is the message? What's the insight? Stratcom levers. Who are your levers? Elite communicators, mainstream, maybe movement, new is culture, opposition management, and all of that. And then support and demand for action. This quote is one of my favorites. And it says, we won't win because we're right. It's longer than this. The first one says, we won't win because we're right. We won't win because I think we're perfect. We will win because we're organized. And being organized means that being organized is not just about how you bring people together. Being organized means that you're systematic in your strategy, right? I'll give you some case studies. Some of this, for some of these projects you're seeing, we have not gotten to the final point. Some of them are ongoing. We finished though, but we're still working. I'll give you an instance. The Nigeria Climate Impact Outlook, which we did with the Nigeria Climate Innovation Center. Remember, we're unbranded, so everything we do is through other people. So internally, our impact team developed a study on Nigeria and the climate impact. When we finished that report, the impact team said, oh, there's this fantastic work about Nigeria. Can we publish it? I said, you people are joking. This report, if 100 people download it, you're lucky. We cannot this is too big, too strategic, and too important to be done this way. We're going to approach this partner who is going to find other stakeholders. So what we did was we found a partner, NCIC. We then said, NCIC, we're going to find professors in Nigerian universities that will review this work. That's local ownership. You're going to send these reports to government agencies and parastatals for validation. That is what? Ownership. When we finish all of that internal process, we're going to get Nigerian designers and creators to create and develop this thing, put it in a very nice document, and then we're going to call all the stakeholders in the climate space in Abuja to come have a lunch and then have panel conversations about the content of that particular document. After which you will then do a 30-day campaign online where you will put out the content of this report every day for 30 days so that those who did not attend, those who did not read it, would see snippets and either go back and read it or download it and engage with it. Right? So what's the overall outcome? We want people to understand that climate change impact is actually real and is beyond the environment, because in that document there's health impact, there's economic impact, there's maternity and impact, there's gender impact and all of that. We want all these demographics to be able to see these things and use it to mainstream climate action. The ideal objective is that we want more people to talk about climate change, right? More people to be able to take climate change conversations more seriously, so that when there are conversations about it or when there's a need for action, people can demand for action from their policymakers. The next one was the interfaith dialogue and report. We did this with connected development. I'm a Nigerian. I know that in this room, the primax, or what's the word now, of your life is your faith. Nobody in this room jokes with their faith. Nigerians are first either Christians or Muslims before they are even their tribe. Yes, now. Before you are Yoruba or Igbo Hausa, you are first of all your religion. Yes, that's the truth for Nigerians. So we understand that, look, if anything you can get Nigerians to accept at a faith level, they would defend with their life. So why not tie climate change to their faith? That's how I think. So the reason why many people have not been taking action with climate change is because we've been calling it an environmental problem. Now we are not calling it an environmental problem. We want to find convictions in your faith. Every time you hear climate change, it is not the environment that hits you. It is your faith that strikes you. Now it is a faith thing, and now you will take action. So who did we go to meet? We went to meet faith leaders. I said, this thing the Quran now. It's in the Bible too. But you are not talking about it. He said, oh, it's true. He said, no, before you even start the conversation, we will help you. We did a report and then got all of them into a room like this. One whole day, they were debating about it. Sections in the Bible, sections in the Quran, what it means, what's the interpretation, how do you present this? They did all of that by themselves, concluded that this is correct, this is true, this is true. So they own it. And then we published that report. After publishing the report, I called Connected Development. I said, we've published this report. That was last year. You cannot stop. Next year, there must be an interfaith dialogue that will bring faith leaders and people together. So we did faith dialogue earlier this year. As we were finishing that event that day, I called her. I said, we finished this dialogue. Next year, all these faith leaders must come back into one room and have another conference. This conversation cannot stop now. We have not achieved the objective, right? Your pastors have probably not started preaching about climate change, but don't worry, we'll get there. That has taken how many years of work? This is the second year. It probably may not happen until the 5th year. But by the time it happens, at least once in a month in your church or in your mosque, you will hear about climate change. Your pastor will soon set up a climate hub. You will soon start planting trees. That's the goal. How did you get there? 5 years of serious work behind the scenes. Right? Around the last election, I don't know if any of you saw this campaign. GiveSep started it. We wanted to do it, but we saw that they have started. And we have a rule, we don't duplicate efforts. So rather than duplicate efforts, we went to meet GiveSep. I sat down and did an analysis of what they were doing. And I went to meet them and said, you're doing good, or you're not doing well. So we'll give you all these tools to move this campaign from here to here. By the time we joined, I think their reach was about 700,000 people over a couple of months. By the time we finished, we had reached about 8.8 million people. Right? Now, the election finished, and we said, okay, election have finished though. What's the next thing to do? We cannot stop here. So we went to go and chase a grant and got it and used that grant to mobilize for state climate policies in 3 states. Out of those 3, we got 1. What is that? Progress. Now, we got 1 passed. Because of that 1, another state called GiveSep to come and move their own, and now that state is about to pass their own climate policy. Right? In another state, we met politics, because the space is getting choked. These things that we do for free, I'm sure you know, is some people's life work. So we met those people there because the way GiveSep work is they literally would do all the entire work around the climate design and everything. So we met those who are paid to do that job. And in a particular state, they frustrated the policy. The only reason why that state does not have a climate policy right now is because the person who gets paid to do that work said, you people cannot come and take my food away from me. So they shut it down. But that in itself is a response. Because you would not know that those things exist if you did not venture into that place. So that's a lot of times. grand scheme of things. Because all we needed to do is just one newspaper article like this. Everything will start shaking around that state. And they will start releasing statements. By the time that whole chaos settles down, what will happen is that that's the climate policy. But I've not decided whether we should launch that. Okay, so another thing that happened was that state then got into a heated political crisis, very serious one. And the reason why we stepped back was because we recognized that if we go against this person, they will say we came from these people and we are not from these people. So timing is also very important. We were actually very ready to go, but when we saw what was happening in the political landscape of that state, because you don't want what you want, your objective to be muddled up somewhere, right? We just said, no, leave her alone. We'll come back for her much later. Much later. If she's still a problem, we'll come back to her later, right? And this is the whole goal, right? And I'll give you one last example as I close. If you've seen anything around the Aurora Well documentary, what did we do? There's been this fire that has been burning. I think now it's in like 7 or 8 years. It's been burning on this water somewhere in those states, and the government didn't do anything about it. So we approached a partner and said, so we had a conversation with a partner and they talked about that fire. And we said, we will do a documentary about it. So we did the documentary. But while we were producing the documentary, after we had recorded and we have footage of the documentary already, because there are this thing, you need sense. You don't go and say, I'm coming to strike you. You go and strike first, get your evidence, keep it. We then went to meet the department that's in charge. And are you aware that something like this has been happening for all these years? And that department has never responded to any newsroom in all the years that thing has been happening. They've been making statements, but they did not respond to journalists directly. So we went to meet them and say, so we have footage and all of that of this fire. The way we got that footage, lip sealed. Right. By the time they realized that we had it, they had to beg the TV station that was supposed to push that documentary to give them a week, because they needed to put their response out. That is strategic communications. How do you hold the policymakers and the agencies to their truth? We had the evidence. We're going to go live with it. The TV stations are scheduled. They begged and then released for the first time an official statement that was explaining why the fire had been burning. So we realized that there was a court case on that particular oil well. That is why nobody can do anything about it. So when we found that out, we then decided, okay, so there's a court case. Who do we go and meet to resolve this court case? That was like the last part. That was where we stopped, because sometimes there would be, internal issues, but that was where we stopped, right? So there's a lot you can do if you understand how powerful strategic communications is. I have presented it. It's completely different from, I wrote a report, I published it, 3 people read it, or Dubawa gave me a scholarship, or Better Fights now give me an award. All of that is just jamboree. The real question you should ask yourself is, what changed after this report went live? What was the difference? What was the actual impact on the landscape? And the only way you can answer that question is if you're able to answer the question of what is happening in the beginning and where do I want things to go. I'll give you a very simple issue. A lot of people have been talking about illegal coal in oil, again, charcoal and all of that. You know why sometimes a lot of those reports don't get any feedback? It is because the journalists think that their duty is to do what? To publish, investigate. Investigative journalism is powerful. But have you observed that the investigative journalists who are able to get results are the ones who don't just publish alone, but have been able to build critical relationships with voices and partners online who can echo the sentiments from your work to ensure that something, action or critical steps are taken. So it means that As a comms person, as a development person, as a journalist, you need certain relationships. That even while you're cooking the food, you've already like, by the time I finish, but I'm going to person to this person to this person, because they are the amplifiers that would help you get critical actions, except if we're not concerned about change or real action. But if that is our objective, then we should begin to think not just as communicators, not just as journalists, but as strategic people. And that's the objective of this training. The objective of this training that is going to happen, it is not beans. It's not moi that you set aside 48 hours of your time from 9 a.m. in the morning till 5 p.m. every day for 2 days to come for a training, and it just ends there. The whole meat of this training is that you're empowered to become change makers, that data becomes a weapon in your hand that you can use to activate problems. So as you're in this room and online, the conversation in your mind should be, I know this is a problem, but what is the solution? And how do I unlock that solution? Sometimes it will take months. Some will take years, right? But how long are you willing to wait to get the kind of results you want? So I hope that you no longer see this work as touch and go. I hope that you don't see this thing that starts and ends with a report. I hope you begin to see it as a coordinated effort over a long period of time to move the conversation from point A to point B. And because this is about climate change, right, the real conversation is how do we get action? If you go and do reports about the dam that exploded and they did not increase appropriation for that dam, or they increase the appropriation and release the money, and the money was now embezzled, your work is not finished. So you don't just come and say, oh, we did the released money, but someone embezzled the money. You go after the person that embezzled the money so that the money is retracted and the work is finished. And then you have pictures to show that this was where we started from a flood to government action to appropriation, embezzlement in between. We tackled embezzlement, the fund was restored, the contractor is on site, the dam is finished, and the community is happy. That's a complete loop. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was, yes. But I want to believe that you've seen around, so your question. Okay, so 1 or 2 questions, let's see from Mr. Daniel. Questions? Oh, no question. Wow. Online, please, let's check online. Okay. All right. So I know he's still with us, so me, I will ask him question. Just as he has a question for me, but let's please clap for him once again. All right. So one of the things that, just a minute. So one of the things, like I said, we want to establish away from this training is it goes beyond the surface kind of writing, right? Let me give you one example. When we say, okay, journalists now write about this event, everybody goes and say, data fights trains 30. That's not an information. We are the one that trained you. You don't need to tell us that we are training you, right? That's not an information. It's for the public. Don't worry, we are doing Twitter. We are telling people that we trained. Don't help us how to it, right? I'm saying that there is more to how you see a story from the first output, right? 27% of Nigerians are poor is just one output, right? There is a lot of interconnected data points, interpretations to how you see that information. Now, when we say tell the whole story, we are, just like Mr. Daniel said, we are trying to make sure that you shift the whole agenda point from just an informative level, right, to more of a very descriptive level. Now, you might not be able to tell that in one report, but you can follow the trend. I give you a good instance. When the whole down broke last year, right? Everybody, two things I saw people started doing. Let us carry investigation. We have seen Pete, those affected. And I was like, so if I made that not have travel to Borno State, what will I do? Right? Then the next thing, everybody started saying, let's do ecological refund, because that was like the quickest one. Federal government allocates. And I was like, is that the only thing? Right? All we just did then was go back to, all I did then was just go back to check implementation. Okay, the money was given, but was it actually done? Can we see who were the people that took that money, what they even actually did? That story was not up to 500 paragraphs. And I was looking at everybody. Everybody's just traveling to Borno. Something affected. The plight, that's just one part, right? No worry. Let me not start teaching my own slide. Quickly, I want to bring up the next speaker. So my whole journey into climate journalism started from her, right? You think you might have a question? Okay, let's quickly take your question. Just one question.
Okay. But then I believe you're talking about strategic communication in reporting, right? So you made mention of something. You said you had a data, you had a report that you've been working on for a couple of months like that. Then you didn't want to report, like you didn't want to paste out the report because you feel things are happening around. Okay, you mentioned Dangote refinery specifically because you feel things are happening around that cycle, around that area. So I was going to ask, like, in journalism, except if you're into solution journalism and the rest like that, the rest of the new trend journalism. I mean, we're being told, I mean, when we were in school, we're being told that we should report news like as the hot headline, kind of like just report it as it is. So, like, what happens when it becomes a stale news, or is there nothing like, will it won't turn to news, right?
That's a very brief question. So with strategic communication, the difference between news reporting and strategic communications is that with strategic communications, you are the pilot. The agenda, you are the one who wants to set an agenda, and you are the one making an agenda. So everything, the chips are in your hands. And because your objective is yours to control, one of your work is also to ensure that other agendas do not undermine your own agenda. Do you understand? So let's say the government decides, there was a time when something was happening with Dangote and the government, and Dangote was wailing every day online. Okay. You work in Kogi State for it. Let me give you an example. This is not the work we did, though, but let me give you this example. We're working on a study in Kogi State on how maybe Dangote uses coal energy and the environmental impact of that. In the middle of that crisis, you then dropped that report. What do you think is going to happen? The only interpretation people it was who wants to destroy Dangote's business, that have just seen an opportunity to destroy him. But that's not your objective. Your objective of what Dangote is doing in Kogi State, and you want Dangote to take action. Now, Dangote is fighting for his life. He's looking for how to get crude oil, right? In the middle of that, do you think they would give you attention? No. So you wait for when everything is calm and everybody thinks life is perfect. Then out of somewhere, you create a storm that is just you and Dangote. Then you get all the attention you want and the result you want to see. So that is the difference. This thing is about creating chaos by yourself. You know, when somebody said, I can do bad all by myself, that is strategic communications. Right. Thank you. She has a question.
The Okgan back then when I was in the do this infographics now. But you want to enrich it, add perspectives. You don't just want to turn it out, but then you are caught in between pushing it as it is hot or giving it a comprehensive outlook so that action can be taken. So all I will just say is that, what is the objective? If it is as it is hot, no problem. But if it is to bring about impact and action, it cannot be as it is hot. You have to strategically curate the messaging.
All right, that's very good. I don't want to add to it, so that question, I think we will still solve it in other teachings, right? So let me not add anything to it again. So let me quickly bring out, I was saying, someone I respect so much, someone that lead me into climate journalism. There's a name I used to call her, but I don't want to say it here. She works as a researcher, as an information scientist, with several both government, international organizations around Cross River, and how they are helping to advocate for the whole deforestation, afforestation, especially in that south region. Quickly, because I know she left a particular training because she wanted to be here with us. So let me just quickly welcome to the microphone, Mrs. or Madam, like I like to call her, Okgan. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished. Am I permitted to call you all information professionals? Sorry, please. Good morning, all. I wasn't in a training. It's not under training. We are considering a bill, and Professor Kenny, we used to call him Starboy, had to steal me out of it. So I might be a little distracted because I'm on the phone. And I hope my distraction will not distract your focus. So I'm privileged to stand before you to share climate data. I thank Data Fight for the opportunity. When he called me up, if I can sum it up in 1 or 2 sentences, it's like stating the autobiography of or the biography of, we call him Starboy. I don't know if you guys know that name. Nobody knows it like that. We call him Starboy. So I'm here to speak about climate change in Nigeria, why data is important. So I just embellished this, the SDG 13, climate change, take urgent action to combat it. And we know for every SDG, there are targets. And so sometimes if you lose focus of the fact that there are targets to meet up with either of those SDGs, we might risk running amiss. So I'll quickly, as you can see on the screen there, targets 13.1 is to strengthen resilient and adaptive capacity to climate-related hazards and natural disasters in all countries. 13.2 is to integrate climate change measures into national policies, strategies, and planning. That falls back on strategic communication and improve education, like that's where this is hinged on, to improve education awareness raising and human and institutional capacity on climate change mitigation, adaptation, impact reduction, and early warning. I'll stop there. Sorry. So this session, we are going to look at the objectives to understand how climate change manifests in Nigeria, how to identify legal policy and financial framework addressing the situation, to explore why data matters and how to interpret it, and encourage journalists to use and generate their own local data. So I'll try not to be too academic. Sorry, I'm a teacher. So I just want to hold the conversation. I just want us to gist through this. So as you can see, Climate change, long-term shift in temperature, rainfall, and weather patterns. Yeah, we know. And then it is mainly caused by human activities like fossil fuel exploration, deforestation, all manner of, they say also agricultural practices. So, and it affects all sectors. But I want to say this, climate change is a developmental issue. Climate change is about the livelihoods of the marginalized and vulnerable people. Climate change is health. Climate change is wealth. So if we can tackle climate change properly, then there are certain conversations we will not be going back and forth with governments. And then we know how it affects us in Nigeria. We are localizing data now. We are localizing information. So up north, we know the signs. We know how it affects them. They're down south, deforestation, high sea rise, erosions, and all of that. And then data is the foundation for understanding these impacts and shaping effective responses. Like the first speaker talked about communication and strategic communication. Data is what we need. Okay, like I already mentioned, up north, these are just desertification, extreme heat, down south, seasonal flooding, displacement. I don't know if there's outside the theories and trying to make reports and trying to push newsrooms. I don't know your own personal experiences, but I am coming from Calabar. I'm coming from Cross River State, and I can tell you for free that the heat wave in Cross River State right now is mad. Why? Because of mass there anymore. So we are going to also look at quickly climate laws and governance in Nigeria. So we have, there's something in the book. I came with the Climate Change Act of 2021. I'm privileged to be a member of the technical working group of the NCCC. So this law, the Climate Change Act 2021 established the Nigerian Climate Change Council. And as usual, Nigerians are, I think the second zip also, where the laptop is in. You know, our country and our political landscape, we are very good with policies. So if the UN says, I think right now, health, the health sector is in jeopardy, Nigeria immediately, whips up policies that they never get to implement or get to follow up. Now, talking, yes, if you check some acts there. Okay, sorry, I'll need that. So that's what they do. Gazette. And so when this came up, we held a meeting in Cross Rivers. And then, as usual, the entire place was flooded with politicians. And up until 4 in the evening, not one leaf of this booklet had been opened. We are taking goodwill messages. We're taking goodwill messages from the South, governor is the secretary to the governor on that, the commissioner for environment. We kept for the entire time running. We were on goodwill messages. The politicians took over the stage and were just enjoying themselves. And so we are all hanging around holding this thing. Yes, and I don't know what next. And apparently, maybe it will end there, maybe it will proceed from there. So the NCC is meant to create national policies, as you can see. I wish it was some soft copy, or maybe, I don't know if any of you, is everybody here a climate journalist, or is just journalism generally? Okay, so this is the Federal Republic of Nigeria official gazette or Climate Change Act 2021. It was from this act that the NCCC was established. So we have, we are looking at institutional frameworks. So we have the Federal Ministry of Environment, and we know what they oversee. Policy development, agencies, parastatals, ministries, everything concerning the environment. So we came for a meeting once in the Federal Ministry of Environment. It also had to do with climate change and gender. We sat in that meeting, as usual, talk up, talk down, and we were just waiting to hear exactly why we were gathered. Okay, there was a strong case from Century 21 organization for gender, women in climate change, and financing women in climate change. And then one of the government officials who is in charge of a certain unit in MOE stepped up. He said he needed to go somewhere, he needed to take his session, and then at the end, they were talking about mitigation, talking adaptation, technology transfer, and so on. And he said he was this, that, see some CNC stuff. I went online and I checked, I saw his name, gazetted, some document from the Federal Ministry of Environment to the UN on that, and that technology. And he said this technology, you know, like now, if you want this AC, if you want this AC, you write how many ACs you need in this room, and they supply it. Sorry, please, I may not be tech savvy, but is that technology? You're talking technology transfer, and you're saying if I need 3-4 ACs here, I'll just be right to them, and then they supply it. No, that's not technology transfer. So, because of these climate change issues, I think a little community in the Maldives, women with all this Indian kind of wrap, they trained them on how to assemble solar panels. Women, they trained them, they had energy issues in that community. So they chose them, I think they were the most vulnerable. So they chose them some little island. They trained women on how to assemble. They brought the components, taught them little physics on how to assemble solar panels. And then the batteries and all of that one. And what happened after that training? They empowered them a bit and over time monitored them. So the adjoining islands that also had issues with energy, these women that were trained began, I was intrigued because you see them with those wraps on top of the roof. You know, you think they will be so delectable, you know, to one, but they were all, now what has happened? There has been technology transfer, and that has translated into some sort of income for that. That is technology transfer. So we have the NDCs of Nigeria has updated that this is the nationally determined contributions. So Nigeria as a nation has determined that by 2030, there will be no issue of climate change in Nigeria. Eh? Are you saying we are lying? No, I'm just saying it's nationally determined, so you state. So now, have you read the NDCs of Nigeria? Can you just give me an overview? Which of them? Which of the years? Okay. Mm-hmm. So we are about saying the same thing. So your nationally determined contribution is your contribution as a nation towards the fight against climate change. So if you pick up, look for Ghana's, the NDCs of Ghana over time. So if you go even to the UN portal and see documents that come from Nigeria. Now I want to bring down strategic communication a bit. Let me delve into. So Ghana will tell you that we are looking at energy and we are going to do charcoal. I hope you know that this stove that is going around everywhere now actually began from Ghana. Now, as minute as that, it looks very singular. No show, right? That was one step ahead. Okay, how do we cut off carbon emissions? Or how do we reduce carbon emissions? So they get this done and small, you see, but if you see the documents from Nigeria, well polished, embellished, sometimes actually not even saying anything. No direction. So there's another NDC of Ghana. Okay, are you aware of the Red Plus, the United Nations Red? To reduce, there was this scheme, some carbon market mechanism to reduce deforestation. Yes. So, and you need to hear where journalists are writing about it in Nigeria. It failed, is a scam, is this, is that. But if you go to Ghana, it worked. If you go to Asia, it worked. Why? So, Nigeria, there are three phases, right? They say, okay, preserve a little bit of your forest. We give you money, right? Because in the Igbo's mindsets, they are wiser than us. So you keep your forest, don't develop, please. Keep your forest. When we emit from our industrial processes, your forest can help sink carbon we emit. So Nigeria, as usual, very beautiful. And then they seized the entire forest in Cross River State. So there ought to have been a pilot. You look for a little place, get and consent of the people. Look, this is a little scheme we want to do. Let's see if this works. We upscale, but no, they took the entire forest, chainsaws. So that kind of spiraled into this wanton deforestation that has refused to have an ending. Yes. So that is where data comes in, like what Kenny was trying to say. He says it's not about the breaking news and saying sometimes you have to carve out that beautiful niche that people are like, okay, this is what triggered all of this. And it's usually eye-catching. So we have the sovereign, okay, the ETP is the reason why I am actually in Abuja. So right now, that's what we are considering. That is the energy transmission plan. As usual, we have come up again with beautiful, a beautiful policy. So we are looking, that's what we have. I'm here with my and the energy committee in Cross River State. So we are looking into this bill to see, and at the end of the day, whether it will work or not, we don't know. So I don't know much. The climate finance, we have the GCE. I know we are always, sorry, this thing is, I need help here. Trying to go backwards. Okay. And I mentioned that. So these are the institutional frameworks involved in Nigeria's climate governance. The Federal Ministry of Environment oversees national environmental policy, climate change mitigation, biodiversity protection, and sustainable development initiatives, while the National Council on Climate Change handles coordination and implementation of the act, like what we are carrying about now, to the glory of God. And that is the target, that by 2060, we are hoping, yes, in Nigeria, thank you. So, and then the National Adaptation Strategy and Plan of Action on Climate Change for Nigeria provides a national roadmap that we never follow for adapting to climate change impact across key sectors such as agriculture, water, health, infrastructure, and all of that. So, but that's, this is I just wanted to give a brief, this is the reason why we are, okay. I don't know how to go that backward, before. Is the hand, I click here and then it goes, okay. We have the Green Climate Fund, Global Environmental Facility Adaptation Fund. We have AFDB, that's African Development Bank. We have, I also, so all manner of, so I don't know how and what Nigeria does with those finances. I can move. So this is actually the main reason why we are here. So data, what is data? Professor Kenny is Professor Data. When we did a research that almost took our lives on this same deforestation thing and the Red Plus, we were trying to find out why communities were self-destroying their own forests, right? We wanted to go beyond the media hype of UN has failed Nigeria, UN didn't come through, Red Plus is fake, and all of that one. And look at all the forests they said we should preserve. And so we went in, and then we discovered that the people said, they came to them and said, keep your forest, we will give you money. Meanwhile, that wasn't what the UN sent them to go and do. They took the entire, and the people complained, they said, this is our livelihoods. So they did not even leave them a little square to even do their farmlands. They took the entire forest cover in Cross River State as a pilot for the UN Red Plus. It was outrageous. So over time, and then all of a sudden, they sit down and notice that strange people were coming into the forest to log. Now, because there was no knowledge of what they had in the forest, so these guys who were fronted by some guys in the western part of Nigeria will come. They will give you, and you know, in the forestry law, you just can't log. So a tree has to have attained some certain years, a girth, they are measured before you can even bring it down for timber. But as I speak to you right now, even orange tree goes down. Yes, we are that desperate right now. So we went in and they said we shouldn't take our forest, we shouldn't use the forest. So we sit down here and all of a sudden we notice that people are coming in and taking our wood. And we are here, we are hungry. The other was, my baby has been kicked out of school. And so we tried to reach out. The money they promised us, we have not seen. And now people are taking our own. So we said, okay, instead of these outsiders, so but lack of knowledge. So these guys come with a bait and they give you 5,000 naira to go and identify upper wood. So, and then you run and you identify the upper wood and they come, they say, okay, it is on the land of Mr. A. And then they meet Mr. A and say, okay, we have seen something that we say, 50,000 naira. Please remove all. Meanwhile, one price of that upper wood is check it online. I can't browse it. If your phones browse it. So that is how Cross River Forest has been going because of 5,000, 10,000, 25,000. I don't want to put myself in trouble because there is actually a political backing to that madness. Over time, the politicians took over when they found out that there was a gold mine in the forest covers of Cross River State. So now they even use political might You as a civil society organization, you as an activist, you as a researcher, if you try to go there to ask questions, you actually see government plate numbers supervising. So it got to a point that they now bring some machines and uproot. So now in the forestry, yes, practice, when you log, you replant. Not happening. And then we also had a governor that became an environmentalist overnight. And then decided to create, what was that? Superhighway. And they cleared a space that was, what was it measured at? Almost 10 football-sized pitches. Until today, if you come, there is a barren land. There was never nothing. All he left us was a spaghetti flyover. So these are the issues, and if you don't understand them, and then you go to the mangroves, right? They say that one is firewood. We did a research, and we went to Akpabio, part of the Southern Central District of Oweliko Ecological District. And we wanted to go and see how they were faring in their livelihoods. I tell people till tomorrow, I said, look, environmental issues are social issues. Climate change issues are social issues. If you like, be academic about it, because when you have an erosion that cuts you off from the other part of the world, you're done for. You went and the degradation we saw, and you will be amazed at the interconnectivity of it. And these are illiterate people we were speaking with. They were telling us how the cassava is not yielding anymore. They brought even some modified type, and it wasn't selling. We went down to the fishing lake or whatever, the waters were dried up. And so it also affected the bikemen, because they said when they used to catch, plenty catch, the bikemen used to come, help them carry those things. So you see, we could draw the interconnectedness, how this issue affected that person, affected this person, and we were like, wow, who is telling the story? So now nobody is telling that story because it's not out. More often than not, what we run around with are information out there. But they say the UN has stated that, hey, she was running, Nigeria as a country, we run. But nobody's actually telling the story. So data, raw facts, figures, symbols that are collected, observed, measured. On its own, data may have no meaning until it's processed or interpreted. I am coming from the angle of an information scientist now. So that a dam broke is not data. That's not data. That a dam broke somewhere. So if you are going to, Kenny had to connect to another thing. They're looking for something. So that's how data works, right? That's how data works. And it gives us a baseline. So by the time you say, okay, that was on 20,000 field, and that from there they begin to connect to the next thing. Just one figure, just one color, pieces of it. And then when you bring it together, you now have an information. So you see, like the police, not the ones in Nigeria, sorry. If you see them, maybe they are trying to trap a suspect, and you see all of them gathered in front of some screen that is showing some GPS, and then you see them, they'll just say Northeast, 73E, then you see the guy just goes on, check, and then they locate the fellow. The moment they locate the fellow, they make a call. Whatever post or beat is out there, that's how it works from data. So, and I said, why is data important? So data is the foundation of decision making. Now we are talking about climate change here. And I want to take us to the reason why it looks like all of the efforts that journalists are putting, with all of the efforts that civil society organizations are putting, with all of the seeming efforts that the government, is pushing, it looks like nothing is really happening. So data is the foundation for decision making, and you can see it's an upward spiral. So from data, you have information. Gather all your data, you now have a solid foundation for information. And when you are sure of your information, it translates into knowledge. Now I know that a dam broke. I know why the dam broke. So I can put up my communication. I can put up my reports. So to foster action. That action may come from civil society organization. The first speaker spoke about partnering. That we'll get there. So when evidence supports reporting, advocacy, and policy, you have a wholesome action. You can say that, okay, Nigeria is working in this sector. There is a news outfit, in those days, I don't know what, Sahara reporters. People can report and report, but the moment it comes from Sahara reporters, there's a problem. I don't know if you notice. The moment it is Sahara reporters, I don't know who they partner with, I don't know how they do it, I don't know how they get information, but the moment it is carried by Sahara reporters, even the Nigerian government knows there's a problem. I don't know how they push, but one way or the other, they get the job done by their reportage. So, but we are looking at climate data. And I said, sorry, local data. Local data refers to climate-related facts, observations, and records that are collected directly from specific communities, ecosystems, or geographic locations. Often at the village, town hall, local government, state level, if they have. There is an issue Kenya and I were pursuing. We applied for FOI till tomorrow. Nobody. We went, I sent them to a site that was a dump site. We did not know somebody in the government was actually earning money from that dump site that was jeopardizing the health of people in that location. There was a school there, a terrible, crazy dump site in Calabar. I don't know if Google Map can pick it, but somebody was seated somewhere beautifully in government and earning mad millions from it. Yes. You won't hear from my mouth. So I sent Kenny them in to go get some info. The people were scared to even tell their story. Where are you coming from? I don't know. They were as well. So why local data matters? Now it makes climate change visible and relatable to affected communities. Like what I was just sharing, I can't tell all of the stories of what we have seen, and I know some of you seated here have seen also. I don't know how you reported. I don't know if that reportage led to any tangible action or any proactive action. to ameliorate or handle it. So when you tell local, when you run with local data, it makes, you can relate. The people who were living around wherever that dam broke, they can tell their stories of what they went through. In Cross River State, we are facing a whole lot. We have all manner of stone mining companies. We are mining trees. We are mining everything. A child died in a pit that a blasting company had left, and they had so dug to a level that water began to emanate. Children in the village ran in there, and then that child, nobody's telling the story. Even if you tell the story, and then with the, I thank God, I think the Mining Act, they are trying to come up with something, because that's one of the undoing of communities in Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned. You cannot sit down in Abuja and send a stranger into my community to destroy my environment and live without even recourse to the environment or the state where you are doing your business. So it helps journalists and researchers tell authentic place-based stories. For instance, a young man in the University of Calabar decided to write about gas flaring. That's an environmental issue. That's a climate troubling issue. And then the way we do it academically, he sat down and gathered everything he could. And then he went for external. Unfortunately for him, the professor who was his external assessor came from Port Harcourt. And when he read the work, he knew there was no way under heaven that guy must have experienced gas flaring. And so the young man did, make I pass the go, just do this thing complete before I run out of time. The way the man reacted personally, because these are people who are living with it. These are people who are living it. These are people who are feeling it. These are people who are seeing it. These are people who are frustrated because over time, with all of the cry, with all of the mass-up movement, all manner of movements, nothing had been done. The professor told him, this is a good topic, but what is the content of this work is balderdash. You are going to go back to the field. You are going to come back here and tell the story. And guess what? He turned the work down. The young man went and experienced gas flaring. By the time he was done with the thesis, it had a different tone. The same assessor came back, and guess what? That work won a grant. That one work. Why? Because he could relate, having experienced it, having gone there to see, heard the stories of the people. So it came out different. Now you are reporting from a standpoint of experience. So that thesis came out different. So we tell place-based stories. It informs context-sensitive adaptation strategies. Not Nigeria by 2060, we will end gas flaring. By 2030, every woman, every gender will have climate fund. By sensitive adaptation. So you will not go and say, there was a time Nigeria is in one of these COPs that they were going to stop drilling oil, and I laughed. That wasn't going to happen if Saudi Arabia had to sponsor. They went there with the highest delegate for that year to ensure it did not fly. Is it Nigeria that will stop drilling oil? Strengthens advocacy by connecting personal experience to policy gaps. Now, these things we call policies are because we do not have data that are relatable. Everything is head knowledge. Everything is head knowledge. Everything is head knowledge. So I want to show us, I took this from a UN page. Yeah. Say, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. Earth's tipping points, standing at the brink of climate calamity. Billions to trillions, global climate finance flows. Sorry. Please. Just take a good look at it. Now, if you are a creative writer, sorry. If you're a creative writer, you can do a fantastic report on this, right? Just looking at this, they've given you figures. Even, sorry, it's not clear. Said where we are, the world will exceed 1.5 Celsius by 2035, and it faces a 2.5 Celsius warming by 2100. What we need, deep, rapid, and sustained greenhouse gas emission reductions by 43% at least by 2030, and to net zero by 2050. A whole lot of figures by these projections, and apparently conjecturing that by this is going to happen, by this is going to happen, by this is going to happen. Now, any creative writer can churn out something fantastic that will delight any readable senses. So, and then, so where can we get the funds to work? I'm just showing you something. And then, please, can you read? I have this report in my system. I just took. USAID. USAID's climate strategy. Limitations in what? So if I bring my system here and I read the first page of this report, you'll be awed. Now, these are the people we suck up to, right? They can come out here now and tell us by 2035. But now this is their own climate strategy, and the auditor is saying that they could not find quality data to implement anything, that this was turned down. I'll share it with Kenny, maybe he'll give it to you. It's in my system. So you see why I'm talking about local data. Now, if this didn't come to the fore, they can still sit down and come up with something and throw it out here for us. And then we begin to run. And that's why we advocate for the telling of our own stories, the way we see it, the way we feel it, the way we know it, right? You can put a projection there. UNICEF says about 1 billion children live in poverty in Nigeria. Where did you get the data? Where did you get the data from? Next up. So now, why we need authentic climate data? It is to frame our own stories. It is to give us the evidence we need to track policy failures. Now, when you report strategically that in Ogoni land, people cannot breathe fresh air, then you get data maybe from the hospital that what's that stuff here in River State? Yeah, Sooth-related deaths, maybe private clinics, maybe government clinics, just looking for data on Sooth-related deaths or respiratory deaths. And you know there cannot be any other thing outside of this Sooth. And then you put it out there working with partners here. So maybe we had someone then who was in government as a governor who loved his image so bad. So what we do in CSOs, because there's no amount of shouting you shout, a deaf man will not hear you. So what we do is when we are done, we take it out. The news comes from outside of Nigeria and he hates it. So the moment he sees one little headline on BBC or something, you see him jump around the whole place. But maybe if you reported it on channels, or maybe, in fact, channels say you'll be there to clarify and speak big English. So you always have to know strategically what works, what koboko will fix this issue. Yes. Talk till tomorrow. He was an orator. He will come here and sway all of you. But when you gather all the mess, you package it and export it. And then when it is being imported back, he jumps up and sits up. You always have to know, as a journalist, what works. If you get your information right, you get your data right, you have to know the right channel to push that thing to where it can even land on the table and become policy. Most times, sometimes there is an aspect of CSO that we overlook too much in Nigeria, and that is the academia. Nobody, especially the economy, sometimes I wonder that what the things we suffer in the economic sector in Nigeria. See these Oyibo people that we worship, there's nothing they do without the academia. Everything you see as a policy was birthed academically. So the WTF will call for all the professors, all the doctors of economics, business, whatever, they put them together in a workshop. They come out, WEF, all of them. Even the IPCC reports that we all run after, it has come out. It is put together by academia. But here, politicians do everything for us, and that's why we are where we are. So they just sit down and so, what did the River State? What they said, just. If you go try, do you guys go for hearing when they are trying to pass a bill? Oh, how interesting do you find it? We're trying to consider the energy bill, or I think that energy forestry bill again, something a house member sponsored. And one of them stood up and said, look, leave that matter. Addressing the civil society, picking up, because you have to say, look, this section, this subsection, this is it. He said, in River State, in this state, and that state, we have done this, we have done that, they did that, so there's no need of sharing. So there's what I call the DIK. Data information knowledge is a framework. As journalists, you follow it, you get your data together, get your information, we use it as information professionals. It helps you put, maybe if you get this together, you now understand strategic communication and strategic information and how to put your work out there for anybody, maybe in partnership with the CSO, maybe you lobby and discover one house member that has a heart or passion for, and then they push it. And that's how we are working now. We look for a house member and we know that, okay, you guys are legislators. This thing has to come in as a law because you can't work in silos. You can't say we are civil society organizations, we are journalists, we write the story. No, try and look for people, even within government, that are ready to push the narrative. And before you know it, it becomes a bill and they keep pushing, you keep following up. And before you know it, you have a law. You have a policy that is people friendly, right? You have a law that is people friendly, a law that thinks about the people, not just some headwork or something that was copied and pasted somewhere, and all of that. So that is how, just 10 minutes more. So you see the DIK framework, I use it for all of my academic writings and how these things work out. And I also wanted to share with you, don't worry, I think Kenny will share the slides with you. There are apps, right, that you can also use in telling your climate stories, local stories, not what the UN put out, not what the USAID said, when they themselves, within themselves, they are not even sure of the quality of the data they are giving. But as usual, to frighten the black man and make him jump around, you tell authentic local stories and push it into the House of Assemblies of each of the states. And then we have, for over 10 years, we have been trying, and finally, I think we have respite with the tax laws in Cross River State. We did advocacy for 1 year full, and right now, IRS is responding to it. The state government is responding to it. So that's how to do it. Look for partnership. Get the data, get the right data, translate it into your information, put the knowledge out there. Look for your partners. It might be a CSO, it might be just one DG that has the ears of the governor, or the ears of the House of Assembly, what do they call this one, speaker, and then before you know it, you're good to go. Yeah, I gave them a guide on how Nigerian journalists can tell their own stories using their own data. So I used one of these air visual or plum labs. This plum lab, I tested it in the hotel I am in Abuja. I won't mention name. So I used the plum lab yesterday because I discovered I came down with kata. I couldn't breathe. I even came here with hanky, and I tested that plum. Now, you carry that kind of app and you want to tell a story on Sooth in Rivers State, it will give you the kind of data that will blow the mind of even the UN. To give you the kind of data that even Nigerian government will hide, even the state government will say, hi, we have overlooked this thing because all we hear is theory. And then I beg, they don't come again. I beg. I tested the air quality in the room I was staying. I was almost suffocating there. But it looked like the AC was up and running, everything. I was saying, this Oyibo thing. I said, locate me. And he just showed me where I was. Wole, Olanikpekun Street. I was like, oh, really? And then he showed me just how bad air I was breathing in that place. And then I now understood. I said, okay, because I was wondering where I came down all of a sudden with that kind of kata and all of that. So if we use, as environment journalists, we deploy this small, we don't always have to wait for those foreign figures that we can't verify. It makes us look bad, that we go to the field, get raw data, local, that's what I call the local data. Then when you tell your story, even the government will be compelled to listen. If they don't, maybe they'll be called out from outside and they'll stand up because they will be too ashamed to let that go out. So I think I have overshot time. Conclusion and takeaway: climate change is real and urgent in Nigeria. Laws and finance exist, but what they do with them, we don't know. Data isn't just numbers, it's a justice tool. You get it right, you will get the results you seek. And tell Nigeria's story, please. Let us leave the UN projected. We can also project to the UN to help send us funding if they have. Yes, when we tell our stories, the grants will come, the funding will come. When it comes from them, what you don't realize is that they manipulate you in a certain kind of way. And if you work with grants, especially in the field, there's the way they want data to come out. I don't know if you have experienced it. If you're doing research, grants, there's a way they want it manipulated, there's a way they want it to come out. And you being on the field, you know that is not it. The last job we did for UNESCO, I'm done anyways, thank you for your time, but let me just share this. The last thing we did for UNESCO was the biodiversity conservation in urban biosphere. And the guy in UNESCO office here calling and saying, this one has been reported, this one, we said we are on the field, this is what is obtainable. He said, it's not possible. Have you heard of it? I think Kenny also checked that out. He said in that report, it was said Ekuri people were the ones, actually, yes, they did, but in the 80s, 60s, whatever. But now they say it is even the Ekuri chiefs that are selling the he said it's not possible. You send reports, but because somebody was working on some, yes. And then, as God will have it, their signs, whatever head came, and they summoned all the chiefs in urban biosphere. And one of the chiefs said, I'm not going to speak in English, I'm going to use my dialect. And that is the community that hosts the national park. By the time the man began to vibrate, the UNESCO rep stood up and ran in the office of the national park. Yes. Ran and came and hid behind my prof. Prof, please. But we are trying to tell you people this is what is on ground. He said it is not possible for community people to deforestate, to be carrying out deforestation. So the chief told her, he said, look, the only reason why I'm here is ask that national park to open the gate. Just tell national park to open its gate. Under 1 year, it's my word, I'm going to bring down the national park. She jumped off from her chair. I said, aha, who cannot cut down their forest. He said, tell them. Just tell national park, all these one people are talking here, open, I'm not schooled, I want my children to school, I need to feed. Because of national park, our children began to go to school to go and study forestry and do this and do that, and yet you will not employ them. We have a whole lot of graduates running around here with forestry certificates, and every time somebody, that person comes from, that person, we are bringing down that forest. So tell authentic local stories. Those stories will get you the kind of grant you don't see coming. Let it not be that one person stood up and said, call for proposal. We are looking for somebody who can tell gender story. And then they tell you the specific kind of gender story they want. Meanwhile, on the field, you know the kind of gender story you are experiencing, you are seeing, and these people are telling their stories. Thank you for your time. I hope I didn't bore you too much.
So let me give opportunity for like 1, 2 questions. 1, 2 questions. Anybody? Like Mr. Daniel said, we'll be happy if you don't. 1 or 2 questions, anybody? Okay.
Thank you, Ma, for your presentation. So I was just thinking, thank you for those open source tools you shared as to how one can gather primary data as a journalist in the event that there is no current secondary data, because that's usually the issue. You're looking for something relevant to the Nigerian space that is from a credible source, and the last time they reported on that data set is maybe 2005 or when we are in 2025. So yes, but then how else can you substantiate the data you are gathering as a journalist? If maybe in the event that you do not have so much access to maybe a researcher or somebody in the academia that can help you put serious structure to the data you are gathering, or you don't even know about how to even gather all this data that is being said, but you know that data will give credence to the story and even give you more insight to what you are doing. How best do you go about such in terms of gathering primary data now? Yes.
Okay, so if you have people, I believe you have some sort of association or union, because like him, when we're talking about Sooth, who was going to go to River State, he was already handling something. He began to make contacts, right, in Port Harcourt. Guy, one is okay. So the beautiful thing is, that's why I said place-based. So you can't call somebody in Lagos to try to talk about Sooth in River State or deforestation in. So it has to be someone who is on ground that understands the situation. Now, if you do not have contact, which that'd be clear, you might decide to take a trip down to the. You can go even into the university, right? Maybe if you want to write on climate change, there is no way one professor or two, a doctor, a student, has not done research in that area. Now, even if they don't have the direct data you need, they might recommend that, okay, I have contact here, here, here. And even in school, doing your academic thing, there's always somebody called that, please, I'm coming to your community. So it's very easy. So you can also take time to go down and verify. Not somebody who wants to paint big pictures and speak very bombastic grammar. So you also need to go to the field. You have people there who are journalists too, or even researchers, whatever, you can also speak with them and say, please, I'm looking at the rate of respiratory death, at least with then maybe a trend analysis. You're looking at the trend from this time, or you want to know if the Sooth has increased, or since when Nigeria proclaimed that they were going to handle emissions in River State, since the day that act came out till now, what has been done. So you get to hear with the efforts of the government, there's no way you will not find efforts of, you can speak to civil society organizations, especially. They are always there one way or the other. Whether on the field, in the office, you get to know civil civil society organizations who can give you data, and then at least a trip, so that I'm trying to look at automation databases in Unical Library, and the building has been moribund for 2 sessions now, and I sent a message to somebody who is the e-library person. And the few questions I typed and sent to the person, the contact who was to speak with the guy, all came back zeal to zeal to zeal. I said, it's not possible. If you have been the head of an e-library over time, what happened that you are telling me there's no database? So if I return, I'm going there straight. Even if it's a trip, you can gather this here, but at least ensure you go there and see things for yourself. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I heard there's a question online. Can we just take that and just run it? Okay. So the person said, my question is, are the tools only available for journalists or people in the community for their use? One, I have just completed my thesis on press coverage of climate change in Nigeria. How best can I publish the data in form of the media report? I think those are just like straightforward answers.
It depends on what's the best outfit. What best media outfit do you want to publish? If you want to, I know Guardian, there's this outfit called The Guardian, that is a UK based. They do environmental, or I think they have a section that is big on environmental and climate change. So it behoves you. No, not just for the sake of, hey, man, killed this one. I went and I discovered that snakes are living in duplexes. So what do you intend to achieve with it? If you know the aim of that report, locate the best media channel to publish that, and it will help you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Can you just please give her a round of applause? Second question. Yes, 2 questions. One. Yes, anyone can use it, obviously.
I tested the air I was breathing yesterday. I tested the air I was breathing, so it can even help you make personal decisions. Say, that's how I'm feeling. I'll be using COVID. You now check. I know that no, this is not it. I have to move from here. So it can also, it's for the community. If you check, even the description, it's for the community. So I'm saying that journalists, if you want data for local reportage, you want, you can do climate change story and give authentic data. You deploy those tools, have your facts, have your figures, establish them. When someone else comes to carry out that same, because that's the essence of research, someone else comes to verify what you have done, you discover that some work here. And if you left any gap there, the person can, pick it up from there and move. Anybody can use it. It's not, but I'm saying these are apps that can help journalists. These are apps that can help journalists. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mark. Can we just please appreciate that? Thank you very, very much, Mark, for your time. Yeah, so quickly, we would be going on a very short tea break, right? It's going to be as fast as possible because we also want to make it a working sort of tea break. So please take what you have to. You can just go up to line up, take what you have to do within 15, 20 minutes, then we are back because we have our next speaker down here. Thank you very much.
Paul. Paul. Can I disconnect? Can I disconnect? I want to charge. Who's this guy? I want to charge.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
You can start with the chat and body. So, what's the earliest time I can go out?
Lucy.
What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing?
Maybe.
You guys are not feeding this Paul online. Paul, you guys are not feeding these guys online. You are not feeding them. You're not giving them food.
I was looking for it yesterday. Let's see.
Paul went for another event.
Really?
I'm telling you, at this point, I was at the office.
I don't know.
At this point,
So now it's you.
are you aware of meeting agents? And so after this, just was trying to report. After this training. Yes. We're going to try to report. Consider short. Let me go and pick my laptop so you can charge it. Checking here, she designed. No, this one. This one too bad. Hold on. Charts. Do we need to design this one? Charts. Or you use them like that?
Here's the laptop. It's not the one. It's this chart that I bought it now. It's not your laptop. It's this one. Say your laptop. This one is connected to this one.
Let's see that, don't worry.
What's this one?
Did you let us send?
So we don't have light. No, I did not forget. We don't have light. I'm using it to sit down and check it first. But let me finish with that thing. This reminds me, it has to be right here. Stop it too. So we want to do a post, but so the hands are see the hands are supposed to manage policies. That those policies don't be like this. So what did you decide for this policy? What did you decide? So that one is for story, that one is for who removed this thing now? This charger. I know because already out before you came. People here. How many? How many people? No, you're not 23. I don't know, break. I know break of it. Sorry, no, what up, my man? I get my back down there. So there's one man that used to give. There's one man that used to give people during that Ramadan. Every call is over every there's no space. Use my charger for a while. Oh, can you use it? Can I have it? Is it charging? You should want to take your laptop now. It's not that long. Okay, okay. I see your clinic. Oh, she shall not your tutor in. Okay. Because you're not charging. Which one is your charger? Which one again? This one. I don't know. Which one is this one? Which one I gave you? It's not plugged. It's not plugged. Oh no. Is that place not working? Okay, oh your this is not working. Oh yeah, able to. Oh yeah, right. John now. This guy's laptop is dead. Laptop now. And this thing self, they are very useless. Because you can even and this is the one we used yesterday. Means the laptop. I have to stop it. Let me check this. Laptop is charging. Yeah, I get what to give me deadline. The bank for your law. Must not see. Must be. No, Charlie, don't give me deadline. It's not plugged. Yeah, so no. Yeah, deadline. Must not exceed today. This must not exceed today. Apostles, you've not shared the link now. Those people are asking me already. The link. Wow. Is it charging? Don't be follow Tibo. I can't find out. Please come and snap me too. No, no. Huh? No. Damn. I can't see it. Okay, okay. Apostles need to. I'm coming, let me share it with my phone. My laptop is there. Só lá, não. Eu abro. Só vídeo lá. Okay. É que mo kí ló mọ̀ sọ fún ẹni wọ̀? Ìwé tó kọ́ fẹ́ sí ìwé tó kọ́ fẹ́ lò fún ti No, ilé ìwé òṣìṣẹ́. Ṣé lè ṣiṣẹ́? Ṣé lè ṣiṣẹ́? That means it's true that it's not working. No, this one is not working. No, this one is not working. Wọ́n yọ ni Kàdíjà ló yọ. Oge ló yọ wọlé kò wọlé. Òṣìṣẹ́.
Taking in hand, the go hand. It's up. Good day, everybody. So in about 5 minutes, we'll be starting the next section. About 5 minutes, we'll be doing that. Thank you.
So which one is good? Is this same enough? Yeah. I'm also saying, I'm saying the Zoom is disconnected. No, Zoom is not that. Zoom is not That's what I'm saying.
It's for the cameras. There's no space here. This one is not even outside.
It's only this one that's not
Charging it.
This one is not working.
This one is not working. What happened?
Yeah, just
Why do you not put charger there?
children will not be on the phone.
It's not working. But there's light here.
What the best thing? Don't do this. Don't work. They removed my charger from me.
Wire, safe. Where is this wire coming from again? Okay, I want to-
Hello.
I just wanted to show them the story that
Good morning, everyone. Or good afternoon.
for video.
Zoom into the screen to ensure people online are able to follow up what is on the screen. Even on the screen.
All right, please can we quickly settle down and let conversations kind of reduce? If we were at the front before, let's walk to the front back. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So when I came in, I tried to get weather information about the place, and then they have already flooded with lots of climate change information. And instead of that causing any form of food scarcity, there is now intervention that has just gone on. So I guess whatever I'm saying now will just be putting seed to the ground, and then hopefully with your help and support and participation, that will be fruitful, or that will be what kind of harvest that we want out of this session. I met the part of the last session and I found it very much aligning, or it aligns quite well with some of the things that I'm talking about. And so I'll just take off from there. I won't be doing anything outside of it. Data Fight and Kehinde have asked that I speak to both the relevance and ways that we can use data for accountability and advocacy in climate reporting. I always say every form of accountability is advocacy. So if you don't hear advocacy again, except in some slides, just know it's because I see them as one and the same. Because the instrument of advocacy is accountability. And in some dimension, we're doing one, both when we think we're doing one. So as journalists, we say we do accountability reporting. Civil society will say they do advocacy. But at the end of the day, it is still holding everyone to account and everyone to take action or be about change. So what's the role of data and climate accountability? And how do we best find climate data sources and data sets? How do we interpret and visualize climate data? I will not do a lot about that. I'll just show us examples. I believe other sessions that we'll have today and next will help us with that. But more importantly, how do we move from data, information, or even every other form of knowledge that exists out there into best storifying or telling compelling stories about climate change or climate solutions or climate related engagement or activities of various actors. I didn't tell you my name, but my name is Joshua Olufemi. I'm the Chief Errand Officer for DataFi. It was on the slide, but I just wanted to emphasize that the E there is Errand Officer. It's not the other one that everybody talk about. Chief Errand Officer, so the guy that they said all over the place to ensure that things get done. Yeah. So we'll take it on from there. So I imagine I'm talking to colleagues and people who probably know this more than I do. The last time I was trying to remember, I think it was GSS 3 that you have to remember what is climate different from what is weather, and in all those things, rainfall, and there are those terminologies. And little did we know that that was setting us up for something important about, then they will tell us climate, the difference between the climate is the change in weather over a period of time, over a long period of time. We just didn't understand that, of course, it rains every other time, so how would this be? But essentially, I'll make an attempt to tell us what I think it is, and then I'll get a lot of feedback from you. So climate change is not just a science story. Even though I love to also say, even if it's a science story, journalism itself is a science in itself. So it means every other way that science interprets, analyzes, or presents information, it's in the remit of journalism, because the end goal of journalism as a decision science is to ensure that people can make better decisions based on the information that we give them. So as journalism is concerned, the goal is first, either we're focusing on the causes of events, or actions, the impact that it is giving us. We're either looking at policies that are driving those engagement or activities and solutions to climate change in this case. And then beyond going into the science of it, what is define this, define that, air quality, and all of those things that we talk about, is how it impacts lives. And that's one thing that we always, that anything that is not looking at the human angle, dimension, is really not speaking to journalism. Journalism is every other engagement that you do that improves lives and livelihood for citizens or help them, be better, or to be free and better humans. And that will be things like, how it relates to their health, their livelihood or economy, either how it impacts agriculture, conflict, and human rights. I remember 2013, 2014, 2015, there were a lot of researches that were saying that one thing that was less concerning about the violence or terrorism in the Northeast has been the drying up of the Nile basin, and how part of the fact that people couldn't fish as they used to, livestock unable to get both the feeds and the water, contributed to the disillusionment, or if you like, the challenges that people face. And in interpreting that beyond the lack of information from journalists, it became part of what the last speaker was talking about. You created a forest, you created a park, citizens went to educate themselves, to learn and then participate, but they are unable to get the job. So they are further disillusioned that maybe I should have stayed in the farm rather than wasting almost 6 plus 6 plus 4 plus maybe 2.5 that government will give you through strike. So you've spent about 18 years of your life, and by the time you are 23 or 24, you ask yourself, maybe I should have been a farmer, because even the guy that didn't go to school is now the landlord, right? Abi? I see that almost 30% of the landlords in Lagos are people that didn't even go beyond primary or secondary school. And so you ask yourself, so why did I go to all those stressful? And those were part of the disillusionment that sort of, translated into, the meaning of the word Boko Haram, right? Which is, Boko is either an anomaly, depending on how you see it, or is an haram, but all fact that it seems to be a lie is sold. And that's part of how you connect climate change to conflict or every form of insecurity and violation of human rights in that regard. So it's to help us see that even when we think of it from every other way, we need to start to see it from the human side of it. And I know some of us do this already. But how can we then, I won't worry myself too much about this, or how can we then use data to drive that? And the whole idea is, we always say that two things we want our journalism or our research to do identified is to influence policy, right? Or connect people with action or better practices. So climate journalism is not far-fetched from that. First is, you want to raise awareness. You want people to know what is even climate change. We've done, I think, 2 or 3 researches now identified. One with, I think, about 70,000 smallholder women farmers. And one thing is sacrosanct, that they have identified lack of information about weather and other, how climate impact their livelihood and agricultural practices. So that tells us something. That tells us something, and it's a conversation we've been having online about what is journalism versus, or who is a journalist versus who is a blogger. And we say, in as much as citizens are getting the information, it is factual, it is verifiable, it is developmental. Every other thing within that frame still qualifies you as a journalist. So the question here is, why is climate reporting essential? Is that people get informed, people better understand, and there is high level or very enough information or awareness about different things that relate to climate change, right? I was having a conversation at the back. I like to tell stories a lot. And it was said with the person I was talking to that if you want any change on the thing in a country, 3.5%, I think he mentioned, of people need to be concerned about it. And how can you be concerned if you are not involved? And we asked ourselves, what's 3.5% of Nigeria's population? 1% is what? So 3% is 6 million. 7 million, right? Do we think 7 million Nigerians care about climate change? So if you say we are climate journalists, I think the first question to ask ourselves is, how can we get 7 million Nigerians to change both practices, to impact or influence policies, or even go to the next election flagging climate change as an agenda? Right? I was reading in the news yesterday how that Olusosun, some of us know Olusosun, Abi, if you lived in Lagos, that is now being transferred to Ikorodu, that they're trying to move that entire thing to a permanent site in Ikorodu, and one similar to it in Uganda is now going to Badagry, right? Very nice news, very nice, development. But that should not be the end of the story for us as climate change, reporters. The first question should be, who lives near where this thing is going to be? Where they are moving it to now, you have to look at the human, dimension to it. We have to look at, so they mentioned that it will give more jobs. So check, right? But beyond jobs, what else is important that needs to be done? And that's the kind of thing that we're talking about. We need to be able to not just raise public awareness, but also hold government and corporations accountable. I was reading it and I heard the company that's going to work with Lagos government is a subsidiary of another company. And that starts to give me a reason to worry. Not to worry, but to question, which is the work of journalists. Who owns what? Right? That's part of accountability reporting in climate change. So which companies are involved in the end-to-end of practices and explorations that impact the climate, right? As simple as, how many of us have ever done a story on fertilizers? Nobody. Okay. But do we know that it's a climate change story? So most of the ones we do is pollution, gas flaring, right? But do you know the fertilizer economy in Nigeria? How huge it is? So this is the kind of thing that we need to start to pay attention to. It doesn't have to be big to be climate change story, right? And that's why I spoke about fertilizer, is how it impacts the behavioral change of another good, I'll say, demography or segment of Nigerian population that is impacted by climate change. I always see climate change more from how it impacts Nigerian agricultural sector, which is one of the largest when it comes to GDP contribution outside of services, right? And we need to begin to not just see from the energy exploration of oil and gas, mining, and start to see it from as simple as 60% of Nigerian population that are said to be involved in one form of agricultural practice or the other. How do we drive behavioral change in how that is done? From just where we dump things, right? Or even from how those dump sites or the things that are dumped from, if you've been to the local, I grew up in the village, right? There's always this thing that happens when you're doing the manual way of extracting water away from cassava, right? There's a name, I think it's a starch, right? That thing just goes on the ground, right? And it just flows off. You have this white starch on the ground. Real. That's a story that's never been told. It's a behavioral change that needs to happen one way or the other, but that we need to be that innovative about how we think of climate change reporting. And of course, I've already said it, to inform policy making. The last speaker spoke about evidence-based climate advocacy. What is evidence-based? Is using data. exposes gaps in policy implementation and governance. What is Nigeria's, commitment to climate change, globally, and how is it going about that? Are there numbers, are there metrics that needs to be used to measure? Are we aware of it? Because if we are not aware of it, it's difficult to tell a story beyond, Sagbama Incorporation is the one, because I'm just making that up. I'm just saying it's an example. You're saying something? I know. I know it's a place. I've also been there. And I know it's one of the places we speak about when we talk about oil and gas, oil spillage and all of that. That's why I said, let's assume there's a corporation by that name, right? It's not enough to just mention those corporations. What's important is to put numbers to those things, right? And let those numbers help us with the advocacy that we do, and also expose the gaps. What is Nigeria committed to, right? Should he even be committed to those things that he commits to when we go to COP, this, COP that, and COP that? Right? What is informing those numbers or those policy decisions that government is making? And what is the governance of it? How many states in Nigeria has a climate change policy? Do we know? Okay. So if you just put that on a map, you started to tell a climate change story from a data point of view. You see, it doesn't have to be 2 millimeters something, right? It doesn't have to be how the rainfall is. Sometimes it's in the gaps in policy and governance, right? You know the way we do the color map of child mortality, right? The color map of VAP, the color map of FOI. Why are we not doing color map of climate change policies in the country, right? How do we start from those things? Can somebody even map, like I mentioned before, all of our national parks? I've not seen the map anyway. Location of all the parks in Nigeria, or points where we have biodiversity, or hotspot for certain kind of climate things. I'm just giving us things that are simple data or metrics that we can use to start the conversation, especially when it comes to where we started from, raising public awareness. We have to start with awareness creation. If you're going after 7 million Nigerians, you don't bombard them with what I've known since I was a kid, which is oil spillage, right? Let them see beyond it. I think that some Nigerians think the climate change problem is a Niger Delta problem. Like, it's just like when you say climate change, you're talking about. So how do we start to use our journalistic capacity and mixing that up with data to better inform and start with simple things as numbers in government, in governance, numbers in policy implementation, tracking progress based on all of the clubs that we join and all of the agreements that we disagree with. But we sign, but we disagree with them. Then how do we ensure that by showing these numbers is also one of the ways that we build public trust. One of the things that journalism is suffering from, it's the trust that comes from we going to the field, collecting data, right? 10 people will talk to us, we'll go back. And those people don't see any impact or much impact. Or even when the impact happens, we don't go back to tell them it was the questions that they responded to, which is talking about audience engagement. Do you better say, when I did this story, right? And I have a very fantastic former colleague at Data Fight who has made that the way he goes about his story. Some of you will know him, Samad Usman. He did a fantastic story, I think it was 2021, on rock blasting in somewhere in Ogun State, and border of Ogun State and Oyo State. And by the time he was done with the story, he hadn't finished the story when the impact came. He was interviewing them. He had called the government agency in charge from the federal to get, you want to get their own side of the story so that you balance it. Now, when he sent in the FOI to ask for the information, you know what he did? They traveled from Abuja to the location, stop operation, and now wrote that as a report and sent to him as his FY response. So that was impact before job was. So we said, no, publish your story, then publish your impact, but take your impact. Let the citizens there know that you were the reason why those guys came. That's how you build trust. Don't just see them as people you feed from. When you need a voice, when you need a comment, that's when citizens matter, or that's when those communities matter, right? And we create some level of imbalance even in the type of trust and transparency that we build. You know what the imbalance is? I feel like I'm going to call you out. You know what the imbalance is? There's this name we use for people that we work with when we get to the field. What do we call them? You are creating an imbalance with the fixer economy that you are creating. Because that's the only person that trusts you most. The people that it takes you to get the information. So if you use a fixer to get to them, how about giving the fixer back your impact? So those are like some of the advocacy components that we need to start to do with the data, or even with the reporting that we do, right? And climate data also for media narrative and campaign effort. Okay, I'm going to rush. I have a tendency to want to take a lot of your time. So I think I spoke about this. Accountability is the obligation to explain and take responsibility for actions. So we're going after actions. We're going after events that policymakers, you'll see it in my other slide when I get there. Of course, advocacy and why use data. It's just a idea about to influence change. And I always say change is not always policy. Practices. That's why I spoke about behavioral practices or behavioral change. Even the practices of citizens, community, are things that we can advocate for or against. Are there certain practices that citizens themselves need to stop that then helps or to reinforce, or should I say mitigate, climate change, impact of climate change on the community, right? Those are also things that we need to go after, right? Okay. I've spoken a lot about this. So I'm going to go straight into the data part of it now. So if you're thinking of what data do I need? I saw the last speaker speaking about secondary data, primary data, right? Let's talk about secondary first. We'll go to primary later, right? Now, if you're trying to ask yourself, what is the best way to think about the data to drive? Sorry. The data to drive this, to drive climate change advocacy, accountability, or journalism, if you like. You've got to see it from this sort of boxes or ecosystem, right? First is what data is available from national, statistical, and administrative units. So you want to map that. I always use this slide to talk about if you wanted to set up a climate data journalism desk in your organization or as an individual, as a freelancer, if I was going to be doing climate change reporting today, and I wanted data to be what is driving it, first thing I would do is I'll find all from federal to state, all the federal agencies, parastatals, at the federal, at the state, at even the local government level. I will list their names in a Google Sheet. I'll find what exactly connects them to climate change. I will find all the policies, right? I'll find key persons that I know or that is the accountability agent or official of that organization in another column, right? Now, what I've done now is what we call the 3 P's of journalism. The place, that's the ministry, department, agencies, institutions. The policies, that connects them to the issue you're reporting. The people, whether it's the press officer, whether it's the minister, whether it's whoever is in charge, that is the person of interest to the issue or to the report. Now, the E there is events. So what are climate change events, or that happen all the time? What are those events? Rainfall, flooding. You can name them, right? Famines. Mining system. Now, it's easy for you to then use that to know. You can imagine the number of data sets that you already have. You've not started telling the story. You're just collecting the data that drives that. And that's just that one box. So there's a lot that you can tell stories about. Even the last Nigeria. You know, I make up the fact now. Federal, 36 states, 774 local government. 774 plus 36 is 810, plus the federal. So you have 811 units and stories you can tell. So you have more than enough for a year. So when people say there's no data, I say you are the problem. Right? Because the lack of data of this unit on climate change itself is a story. Do we get it? Then you come to private sector. I was just talking about fertilizer, producers or sellers. That's just one. All of us some of you have reported Okomo, palm oil, haven't we? The palm oil company. Some of us have reported it, Has anyone here done that? Confess your sins, though. But have you reported it from the climate? I'm just giving us examples of things that are just in our face. That it's not until you do the big. Because the first thing we want to do is ensure that a lot of people can connect all the activities that we go about in our lives to climate change. If we can achieve that, we've gone far. Nobody can blame you or can accuse you. And this is me playing of a rat or mice or an agent of foreign government. Because you're connecting the dots. And that's the job of journalism. So take all the private sector, sorry, this thing moved. Players. Also you see that table? That's the one for national. You can have for private sector. So for Coca-Cola, how is Coca-Cola connected to which climate change policy? I'm just giving you you can. Who is the key person there? So what you just did with government, do with private sector. List the companies that do activities in climate-related industries, sectors. And please don't forgive or exclude the tech boys. Because everybody forgets that they contribute the most to everything. Right? Now, open data is just every other data that exists that is not from government or that is not from, it's not even that is not, every other data that is in the public space, right? Whether from government, private sector, or CSOs, or media, and the rest of them. They sort of make it, or what makes it open is that it is public. You don't need to request again. right? That's what makes it open data. So you want to see, that's where you find all of the World Food Program, World Forest Institute, or whatever, all of those institutions that provide data freely. Those are the people, and then you can list them also. What you're doing is you're trying to create your menu for storytelling, advocacy, accountability work. Of course, citizen generated. That's the one that our last speaker was emphasizing a lot. It's one of the things that we found out as our innovation identified that we will not just rely on secondary data. We're going to invest our time in ensuring that citizens on the ground, beyond fixers, give us information. That's the whole story beyond GoLocal, right? Going on the ground to get information that we can use, and you can tell. If you want to know the power of citizen-generated information, check what has happened at most of our protests. You can see how Twitter information was going at, and I see some of us still do journal requests on Twitter, right? So let's go back to the 3PE answers that are interested, right? Who are key citizens, who are stakeholders, who are gatekeepers, right? Across communities, across issues, that we can list them, how they connect to climate-related stories that we're telling, which policy part of work they do, and how. And then, of course, the data users are the people that are here in this room, you and I, our supporters, development partners. Government itself sometimes flips to become a data user. They are not just publishers, they also use the data. And of course, big data means sort of satellite imagery, and all of those big data that are moving at the speed, faster than seconds. Okay? And I'm not going to take a lot of our time here because I know we know this. First thing I know about this is don't ever underestimate journalists. When they need information, they will go for it. They know what they want. When we all sit here, like if we don't know anything, we know the truth. We can find that information with just one Google search. So what are environmental, data set that we can pay attention to? Carbon dioxide or CO2 level across, the sea level rise, if you're looking at it from, the blue economy, the rainfall trends, right? The rate of pollution, right? Gas flaring, or of course, you can see air quality from, the amount that is flared. There's also the ones that are beyond, air and, water, which is the quality or degradation of the soil quality, as it were. Of course, policies and legal framework that drive the entire climate change sort of industry or subsector. Of course, the climate budget. We did an experiment, I don't know whether that report is out now, where we looked at how much states in Nigeria have either budgeted or spent on things related to environment, agriculture, culvert, all those things that they're always building to bridge the impact of flooding, drought, irrigation, all of those things, right? And those are things that we can even begin to pay attention. So if you are looking for which story to tell, the 2025 budget remains an important one from a climate point of view, right? And the money that is coming in, that keeps coming in as climate adaptation fund to government, whether loans or aids, are also money to track, right? And of course, the social impact, the health, the displacement that is happening. I gave us the example of how the Boko Haram insurgency has been connected to climate, change, should I say, impact or effect on the region. And you can say the same of the South-South, and I think even increasingly the Northwest. Okay, sources. I already told us how to find it. If you don't know any other way to find this list, you remember that my chart, right? This one. Can use ChatGPT to list it. Just say, give me 50 across these categories, right? So that the ones that you may not know on your own, but these are just like the popular ones, of course, whether international, national, civil society, or NGOs, and even some media focused, platforms are coming up. Okay, I said I was going to talk about this, and the last person started this very well for me, which is raw data to storytelling. How do you move to raw data, right? Even if it's climate budget, or even if it is number of national parks, how do you move it, right? And we're saying, yes, it's not always accessible. It's very expensive to collect data on the ground, to even go to the ground, right? But the power that comes out of the effort is how well the story is told. And we know that storytelling is also built on the quality of questions that you ask before you set out. That's why we always laugh at ourselves. That you are meeting somebody, you left your house to go and interview somebody. In that same way, we meet you. You're already meeting me now, which is the questions are supposed to be built on what you already know about the person before you met the person, right? You are not building questions out of the next thing the person said. Okay, that you have said this. No, you didn't go there to just be doing follow on the next statement. There's a place for that, right? But you already have like 10 questions you want to displace this person when you give them that question, they change their mood entirely. And that's the power of questioning. And that's what our trade is about. That's what separates us from, if you are looking for what separates us from bloggers, I think that is where we sort of have certain skills, investigative interrogation, right? Of anyone. And so the questions you can ask with raw data for climate change will be: one, what patterns or gaps am I seeing in the data? Is there a pattern? Right? Is there a gap? Am I seeing a lot of zeros in certain places? And I gave us one example. What trend are we seeing, right, with adaptation, policy implementation, or even design across states in Nigeria? With all the challenges that the Northeast is having and all the other part, or even South-South, can you show me a climate change policy of at least 20 of the climate impacted states in Nigeria? The entire 11 that makes up the South-South and the South, no, is it 11? Yeah, South-South and Southeast. South-South is 6, Southeast is 5, right? And the Northeast, I think, is 6 also, right? Okay, so that, even let's say that's 17. And we then had Kogi, Niger to it, right? Even if you don't want to go to Southwest, just pick Lagos. That's 20 states. How many of these 20 states, what is the pattern of, even policy attention? 2012, we had flooding. 2022, we had another one, right? Of course, we always have the annual one, but the one that hits us, I think they wait for the decade. The water will have, right? But the question is, 2012 to 2022, what did the states do? Because everybody waits for the National Disaster Management Agency. But what is being done at the state level? And you will realize that none of those states, came out of that whole flooding and stuff without getting money from federal, so beyond the take and take, what were they doing to mitigate or to create a sustainable policy? Those are simple questions of trends and gaps, and we can ask the questions, right? Of course, target versus action. What did they say they would do? Where are they now? Those are basic questions we can ask. Of course, I've started by saying we need to connect the numbers to real lives. How many people are impacted? Right? I see all of us talk a lot about, and every time I read the story, I just like, okay, maybe this is saying I need to write stories more. You talk about a community, you say, and I love the way we started to talk about a woman, maybe carrying a child and trying to fan the fire, right? And then you name the community. That's how we do it, Abby. But we don't know about people in that community. So you can one woman do something in, I'll say Sagbama again, so I stop pressing your phone. Sagbama, a community of how many people? Right? So that we can connect what you're speaking about to the number of people that are impacted. Right? And if you give us the number of, can also give us the last mortality rates of our region. Contextualizing the story is one of the ways that you connect the numbers with real lives. So you have to find that human being is multidimensional, if you like. So that person you just started the story with to make us see the problem. Oh, this woman has been carrying firewood on her head from a farmland to this. You are able to give us the distance. But every other thing that defines that woman's life is not just the firewood on her head and the distance that she has to go, right? How many of us were reporters when Nigeria had the cooking stove in under Jonathan? We were not reporters then. It's been a while. I think it's almost 10 years. But the truth is that there was a lot of cooking stove that was. As a matter of fact, we went to see where they kept them at the National Stadium. Even just measuring the impact, since it, even just they were supposed to do 5 million, check. Only 200,000 got it, check. Those 200,000, what has happened to them since 2014? It's a story that connects back, because the whole idea is to stop people from using firewood, to reduce both, the air that they inhale and the impact on the environment. But those stories are just there. Yet, so I'm telling us the stories that I imagine that out of this whole training we're expecting. Those basic stories, those data-driven but basic stories. I won't go into tools. I think Kehinde will do a good job when the session comes up. I'm just going to market a little bit here. So if you're looking for data-driven stories, DataFi has a platform, even though they don't update it, maybe because you are not asking them to update it. They call it DataFi Climate Data Portal, right? And there is basic data on various things on climate change, our own projects. There's another one when I was speaking about budget, climate budget. There's another one we have that's called Amfani. And Amfani, what Amfani does essentially is collect procurement data, money that government has spent on various projects in the country, especially at the subnational level. We're at the moment trying to layer data on it. And the goal is you can get a lot of data from there to start to tell some of the stories you want to tell, right? So when government spend X amount of money on agriculture to get women to farm, but let's say it's 50 billion naira, but not even a billion on climate change information, or even ensuring that women are better informed, or you going into the budget and just typing agricultural extension, Control F. So we will know how to do that. Type extension services and see what comes up. Some of these things are not rocket science. And just tell a story of how even extension services is not inclusive or is not targeting climate change information. And you are not calling anybody a thief. You are just saying, maybe we need a bit of budgeting, maybe we need a bit of reprioritization or some allowance for information that helps beyond just putting money in the hands of someone whose farm produce output is going to be impacted. So these 5 questions help uncover the accountability angles in any data set. Who made the promise? I've told us that already. What was promised? What does the data show versus what was promised and by the person who made the promise? Who is impacted and what must change, right? If you're able to answer these 5 questions for any data-driven climate change story, I think you're already nearing the human's angle or human side to the story. because the people who are impacted and the type of impact that is expected is taken there. Now, I like to show a lot, because every time we talk about accountability reporting, people think it's only about government, or sometimes companies. But it's important to see that there's also the part for citizens. I've spoken about the citizens within our own circle, the fixers economy. Those are citizens that we need to hold accountable. And the accountability doesn't mean calling them thief. We've said accountability is about ensuring that the responsibility and roles that people are supposed to play, we ensure that they play it, right? It's not always about naming and shaming. It's about calling people to know what they are supposed to do, right? Of course, plus naming and shaming. Something is not showing very well, so I'll do it again. Okay. So aside from holding them accountable at their level of holding government accountable as government, holding business accountable as business, or holding citizens accountable as citizens, is also where they intersect or where they interact. There's always a government to citizens, there's always a government to business, there's always a business to government, there's always a citizens to government, right? So we talk about community development agreement. We all know about that, Abi? The host community, whole thing. That's a company to citizen level, right? But there's also the citizens to company level, where those companies that are doing exploration are doing it safely, right? And, with peace of mind or rest of mind. Not that Ogunyale will not let them function, or the dev people. I know you will laugh. So you see that I've been to your area where the dev will say, you never pay us dev. You get? So that's also holding those people accountable. We need to hold the dev or money left people. So these boys come and say, give us dev. You get? Development fee. It's the youth association guys that do it mostly in the South. It's what we call a monile in the Southwest. But they do it more with the oil exploration companies. And those are the things that we need to. Is there a way we can even start to see the impact of dev boys and Ogunyale boys on, businesses that are functioning? How much of the youth association, bunkering is impacting the environment beyond the ones that we are putting on government, on corporate? We need to get to that level where we're doing that. So it's important to see those intersections even as we think about this, so that we sort of get not just 1, 2 that we always do. We have 1, government, you have business, you have citizens, and then you have these other 6. So you have about 9 to 10, different angles, or if you like, accountability points that we can use to report, and you're doing it from a data point of view. And then I have this that I always call the expanded focus of transparency and accountability lens. So as you think about it, you can think from a point of access. What access to women? What access to people with disability? What access to businesses, small, older businesses? What access do they have to, information? What access do they have to government intervention? What access do they even have to corporate social responsibility benefits? You can ask that question and you can follow it from a number point of view or from a policy point of view. You have the profit, who is profiting from the events, the practices, the policies. Not only companies now. I just told you how the boys are the ones that get the money. So you just have 20 boys who, because they can smoke what I can't smoke and drink what I can't drink, just continue to profit from what's supposed to belong to the entire community, right? Right? Or because they decided to mar their face with a lot of machete and, and then they then become the profiting guys. Entire community is supposed to benefit. So you can look at it from policy. We've spoken about that. I've spoken about gatekeepers. What do the kings, the district chiefs, even the ones that Fela call pastors and imam, are they also benefiting from? Or how are they not even, are we holding them accountable? Right? Are we able to engage them in advocacy? Right? Because even me, I always have to choose between what my mommy tells me and what my pastor tells me. Because many of us wants to grow out of what our parents have told us, right? And then we grow into what our, what I call influence, figures. Sometimes they are not religious. Sometimes they are colleagues. Sometimes they are bosses. Sometimes they are industry, giants, right? And as you grow into those places, it means that they become the gatekeepers of accountability at those levels. And sometimes it's just the ballet of the area. And then there's inclusion, and inclusion means across board. Young people, old people. I don't even think anybody talks about the old people in Nigeria. And Nigeria has 70% Nigerian youth. Okay, what happened to the remaining 30%? They actually gave back to the 70%. Should they go and die? We did a research, I think it was 2022. The old people policy or law that exists in Nigeria, I think was dated to maybe 1950 something. Right? But who really is impacted by climate change issues more? A young person whose immune system is strong, right? Or the old people who just one breath or inhaling one element, And those are some of the inclusion conversations that we can have without necessarily going off grid in what we are doing. And of course, there's innovation also. I always say you need to celebrate the innovations that are happening within a challenge or problem or issue. What are people doing to innovate, action, adaptation, mitigation? We need to celebrate them. Whether it is, anybody here that is doing it can also be celebrated, right? As simple as what communities are doing to ensure that the next flooding does not impact them is an innovative approach to adaptation or mitigation. Then sustainability, of course, I can't say this enough. Standards and procedures. Don't worry, I'll soon finish. Standards and procedures are quite important. I think it was on Twitter yesterday. Was it this morning? Someone was talking about how we don't have balconies anymore. We don't build with balconies anymore. They now use them to make ours fine. We put flowers and someone said, also check about our windows becoming smaller. Those are standards and procedures about building, right? Because it's not only the climate change of outside, though, right? Do you get the point? So sometimes even the quality, which is why I spoke about fertilizers. Have you seen where they just dump unused or have you gone to those huge farms? What they do with their waste? There's a lot of things that we can explore, right? Around what's the procedures that are supposed to be put in place by government that is not put in place. It's not only for one governor to come and so you start planting flower all over, and that's the climate change. Flowers and electric bicycles and keke, and of course transparency is the business that has kept all of us in business for the last 40 years, right? Of course, we are all transparency entrepreneurs and accountability entrepreneurs, which is ensuring that there's more information, and it is out there. And of course, voice is giving voice. This is what we do as a living. But sort of taking the developmental approach to how you think of accountability. I've said this before, that you have to see journalism as a decision science, and in as much as you stay on decisions that people make, the science of climate change becomes secondary, or it becomes what you're trying to put forward to people from a point of decisions that they make, right? The whole climate change is always placed on human occupation, on the environment, right? So the decisions that human beings are making is what is contributing to. So, and since journalism is decision science, it's the science of helping people make better decisions or pay attention or interrogate their decisions, then it means that we are the ones that will continue to be in business. And it's what are those practices? What are those decisions that are not made or that are made or that are, let me borrow this bad English, mismade or mal-made. There's a lot of mis-mal that are flying around. And this. So maybe they are dismayed decisions, right? So validation and expansion of public good is the primary end and the principal means of journalism. I won't go into this because I've spoken about it a lot, which is if you now want to approach it, like, okay, now I want to pick, I've sort of collapsed this into the 3 PEs. If you take the 3 PEs and you take your accountability Venn diagram, right? And you take this, you probably don't need every other thing I want to say now, which is that if you're thinking of, okay, how can I write a story? Or if I have a story now and, okay, now I know that there is flooding happening somewhere. I can take a pestle or a pest, if you like, approach to telling the story. What is the political dimension to this issue? What is the economic dimension to this issue? What is the socio-cultural dimension to this issue? What is the technological gap? And technology doesn't always be tech. It could be technical, issues to it. So technical, not so much about technology, technology technical, right? And then of course, legal is always very linked back to policies, political, right? And environmental is what we do for a living, right? It's even why we're talking about it. But there's also that environmental dimension. So you can take your story, and in that one story, you sort of touch on the 5 or 6 or 4, the first 4 are always the important ones. Take those 4 things, the political dimension to the economic dimension, structural dimension to it, right? And technology or technological dimension to it. And the other one, which I spoke about, is the value chain perspective, which is who are the stakeholders that are within the value chain of this issue. And like I said, you see government, professional associations, media, NGOs, communities, buyers, customers, and owners, investors, bankers, support services, management of companies or institutions, competitors with institutions. Sometimes the competitors help us to get the information that you won't get. So, those people. Fanta is putting something in his own drink, there's more sugar in it, and then that. Sometimes I will find a story. I'm going to leave all of this. So these are some of the data links. I'm sure I've seen a part of the slide or the sheet that Kehinde will use to talk. So I would imagine he will tell us more about the data sets. But these are some of the tools that we already know. I know you know more than this. Either tools for storytelling or tools for visualizing the stories or where to get the data from. And I'm not going to say this again, I've said it before. So I'll take questions. Questions? Please don't ask me anything about the loan that's just been pushed to the National Assembly. Because I don't know anything about it.
Okay, quick on. Questions, anybody? Question, please ask the question now. It's not when an outcome, you'll not be asking me, please. Questions, anybody? So we all understand. Wow. Okay, can we?
No one doesn't understand me, so you see.
Can we give a round of applause to Muhammed? Thank you very much, sir. Okay, there's a question or not, bro?
Definitely have this slide.
Yes.
Don't need to snap it.
Okay.
This online person, did you sleep overnight? Because I said anybody that slept and woke up this will not ask me a question. This person did not sleep.
The person said, journalism as a science, I think this can be probed further or narrative escalated. I think the person is trying to ask, journalism as a science, can it be probed further or
Now I'm feeling like those guys in the pulpit.
narratively escalated? That's what the person wanted to say.
This is when I enter that element. Okay, so we said it's decision science, and I think we need to ask ourselves the question: what is science? Right? Systematic inquiry, isn't it? Isn't that it? I think when we hear science, we sort of think is the art. Okay, so let's say journalism is a decision art. The art of inquiry is science. Science itself is an art, right? And how well you do it, the quality of it is what makes you a better artist or scientist than the other. So please, the narrative schematics, or what is the English I heard before? What we are saying is, it is everything that is done in journalism that helps people with better decision making. That and everything that you do, in as much as it is systematic, you start with a question. You you created your, what do you call it in science now? Your hypothesis, right? You connected your hypothesis to certain policies or certain, or conceptual framework, theoretical framework, which is what we were calling policies, practices, and then you go ahead and then you investigate, use data, use information, and you've just done science. The one question I always ask people is this, especially those who ask the question of art and science, and I said, is there any one of us that didn't do projects in school? When we were doing projects in school, did they not tell us that it was scientific inquiry that we were doing? Even though you graduated with Bachelor or Manchelor of Arts or of Education. Now, you see, this person has woken people up. I said people should remain sleeping until I leave. It's okay. Yeah, I'm just checking.
Shows a big lacuna in our education system, in the sense that there's a big gap.
I'm an educationist. I will not allow you to come and talk about education system like that. Go on.
In our education system, because the whole science and art dichotomy right now, and the fact that at the very basic stage in your junior secondaries, where you are supposed to understand what science basically is and what art is and what education is, we just gloss over lots of subjects. Although the NERDC says that they are coming up with a better curriculum and all of that, which we still have our question marks about. But I think that's one of the most important things why even in telling proper stories, it's quite difficult for us to get it done, because we have, as you mentioned, conceptual frameworks. We have several conceptual frameworks that prevent us from actually doing the work the way it's supposed to be done. And this is one of those.
I commend my reserve. I agree with you. That's what I mean.
No other one. Thank you very much. Before the action, help me clap for my boss. If not, I can lose my job. Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to be doing, we have like 2 final sections to go. I'll try to do, interestingly, our final speaker is here, which is going to introduce us to a lot of mapping tools, because we understand that climate change cannot exist without the whole mapping system and GIS system. So he's going to be teaching us for that. But for the next 30 minutes, we'll start my first level of workshop. If there's something like that. Don't worry, I'm not presenting. All right, so I hope I'll try as much as possible not to leave this particular page. Sorry, I like to use a lot of bots, so you'll see me writing and changing this. So, like I said, this is like what layers a lot of things that we're doing, being that climate change, Jesus. Follow, because beyond the first leg of things I'm going to do today, we're going to like escalate it again tomorrow, and it will lead us to some sort of breakout section where we can also interact and share ideas, right? Share ideas knowing that, like I said, the whole systemic definition of climate change does not exist really in silos, or like our previous speakers have always said, one international organization coming to give us one particular figure, and we don't always know the basis or methodology behind it, right? So what I want to attempt to do today, which is like the first practical section, right, is let's see how we can bring all the definitions we have together in one place, right? Let's see how we can journey from if you're a Christian or you read the Bible a lot, journey from the beginning to where we are. Unfortunately, I don't know how the Muslims put it, but then let's see if we can start from creation down to this particular point. At least in creation, there was nothing like climate change, right? Everything was just existing normally. Abi? Or was there climate change in the beginning? Someone want to argue it. Was there climate change in the beginning? Wow. So that was climate change. Wow. Okay, it was crisis. So what now ended the crisis? God said, let there be light, have you? Very good. Eh? Okay, God created the firmament and waters. Those were the things. Okay, so let's see how we can attempt to bring everything right from the beginning and see if we can understand where the problem is right now, and if as journalists or if as advocates, if we were to write a story, if we were to do a report, if we were to do anything, right, we can always date back to the very beginning and journey it back to the front. Or if we even want to write speech, right, you will notice from Mr. Joshua's presentation, even down to the beginning, right? Everybody has been saying you can't come down to just say you want to do a story, for instance, and just start with how women. Don't worry. For now, I'm not a journalist. How children do what now? Say it now. You got nutrition, laugh or something, and you now start. Tinu Lope, this one, 42 years, was something. That can. I'm not criticizing you because I did it. That's not a totally bad thing. But when you want to tell a story of climate change, and a lot of people want to start, and we write climate change, column, how children are, and the only major point of sources that you are quoting is just those that you have interviewed, the problem that you are listing, the social problem that you are listing, which is probably malnutrition, and you find a link or one textbook or one expert to say malnutrition and climate change links, and you feel like that's the end of all your investigation, right? Luckily for you, you will see one nice media house that will come and tell you you won an award too with the story because you wrote 2,000 words, right? And you too, by the time you win that award, you go to your Twitter and write award-winning journalist, right? Sorry, I'm not shaming the journalists here. So Is that all that has been told about that particular story? Right? You just picked, so let me begin to write. So climate change, right? Which is the first point. Let's represent it as CC. Then you pick the social problem, malnutrition, right? So how can malnutrition affect climate change? Malnutrition, right? Kids. Then you told this story because you found in the land, right? So all your whole analysis is just based on this, which is the climate crisis, and this is the social problem. But is this all where the story ends, right? Your 2,000 or 5,000 words, is this just this? Is there any other thing we can add to it that makes the story more rich than what you are trying to do? So what I'm trying to say is that are you writing these concepts from, you are a solution journalist, and that's the only thing that takes you to the field is that you're trying to look for solution on this too. Once you have found a solution, you are done. Can't we pick a story and interconnect it? While we tell the solution, right? We also tell the crisis, right? While we tell the crisis, tell the problem. While we tell the problem, thank you. This thing was staying. So while we tell the problem, we tell the crisis. While we tell the crisis, we also tell the development after it. We also probably our 1,500 word stories, right? And we have not told too much, right? And at the end of the day, we expect some sort of impact. When the impact comes out, like one of our speakers said, you don't just write your impact as government has responded. Your community or whosoever you interviewed are also a feedback to that impact. So you are the one that recorded impact as a journalist. Did the community also know that there was an impact to it? Right? Can we say, okay, because I don't have funds back, let's take that impact and put it into and continue that, and we'll begin to give an update to it. Do anybody understand what I'm saying? That's the whole, so when Joshua was explaining the whole science around storytelling climate change, this is the science I've just explained to you. Do you get me? Any question from this time? Okay. So that I know I'm not missing it. Now, quick one. Let's name the first basic thing that we understand that we probably want to discuss around climate change. If I will start writing, right, I will start from basic air, right? The basic nature, water, Abi? What else again? Let's talk. I'll pass the mic. Land. What else again? Waste. No. Basic natural things. Oil. Oil is not natural. River. River is still water now. Food. No, not in this case. But wait. Vegetation. There's trees. Right? What other things? Right? Water is there now. So if you say oceans, everything. What other things? Weather. I've mentioned air, so I feel like air will fit into it. Temperature. No, I don't want to go to minerals just as far as that. Can we try? So we've done air, water, land, trees. So I'm not saying that all what you are saying is wrong. I'm saying let's start with the basic. Animals. Hard. That's the last one. Now, if I pick these 5, any other thing you probably want to add can fit into it, right? So ocean, water, right? Sea, water. Biodiversity can either fit into tree or animal, depending on how you're analyzing it, right? Every of your atmospheric conditions can also fit into any of this, right? Earthquake and the likes. Every natural thing can always fit into this. What's the other one I can say? Someone was mentioning mineral resources. Every mineral resources you want to find would almost fit into any of this. Is that the mineral resources is located on the land, Abi? Or it is located inside the water? The oil that someone said is located where? So there's always something. Like these are like the basics, right? Now, what has system of climate change done over these years? So let's say this is our creation. Are we all here? Don't worry, don't write anything. Don't use your system. Just face here. Right? So what has the system of climate change done over time is that there is more of question marks on all this. Right? And this is how I like to define it. It is either any of these are going into extinction or they are becoming excessive. A word and opposite. The way we have singular and plural. Are you getting it? So it's either they are going what? Into extinction. Every of the climate crisis you can think of, right? It is either one of these things is going into extinction or is what? Going excessive. So let's put our next line here to say excessive, that it is getting many, right? Or extinction. Don't worry, I don't have to find out right. I've established that already. Now, can we try to fit every climate crisis into all these problems? If the air is getting excessive or is going into extinction, what will happen? What climate crisis is related to that? Yeah. Weather, air, the air you breathe, everything. Let me help you. Let me help you and answer one so that you expand your mind. Wait, don't worry. Wait. Wait. Let me help you and answer one. So if water, for instance, is getting excessive, you have things like flooding. Right? You have things like sea level rise. Right? If it is getting into extinction, you have things like drought. Yet? That's science thing that you just said. Right? Do you understand what I'm saying now? If land is getting excessive, you have things like desertification. Let's help answer it now. When you have too many sand somewhere, what is it? So every form of slides too is there. So it's not one-off, right? If it's getting into extinction, maybe things like pollution can answer this. He's not the only person in the house. Let's talk. So you can critique it, don't worry. It's not one of. Every form of erosion too can enter here. Every form of, exactly, submergence too. Farming too can enter. So why did I want to just put farming here? Trees, yeah? Because it speaks more to our Greek. If you have, so for extinction, you have things like deforestation here, Abby. Right? If trees are getting excessive, is there a climate crisis related to it? I thought afforestation is to plant tree. No, deforestation is going into extinction. Let's think it well, so that we're not going to write what is not. It is what it is. Can there be a climate crisis when there's too many trees? Where's the second mic, please?
So, a period in the cycle are booms in vegetation, booms in oxygen, and those things, it's humans, and those are natural climate change. And so, technically, they were not so good at some, they were good to maintain the oxygen level that prevailed up to now. But in some situations, some species died because of the excess
of oxygen.
Yes.
I think I also, sir, want to write something like wildfire here. Yes. Yes. So the tendency of more frequency That's the point I'm trying to make. The tendency of having, so I don't know, did you guys follow this news of this wildfire? Was it early this year in America, right? Aside the fact that it can also be human generated, but that thing spread so fast because, I mean, it started from a forest-based region. Now, like I said, this is not a one-off thing, right? Decategorize it. Can we just put them in the crisis? Now, one of the reasons we are doing all this is not to see that they exist alone, but if, let's take for instance, there's a flooding, right? It will always affect this, right? From this, it can almost affect this, right? From this, so it can almost speak to this, or probably even speak to this, because once the land is polluted with a lot of waste, it affects the air, right? Now, this is the point that we are trying to drive. Can you now pick flooding and make it just one point of story without having to capture other forms? Or does your story end just because you have told a flooding story? Did you get the point we're trying to make? Does your story end because you're just doing flooding? So your pitch, how flooding, what was the one we were saying before? How flooding affect malnutrition in children and that, right? Every form of heat wave can almost fall into this. Yeah, heat wave. So think of heat wave emission. Where does it fall under? Excessive or extinction? Emissions and the like. Excessive greenhouse for yeah. So excessive greenhouse. So when it is going into extinction, is there anything like, I think there are air pollutions, right? So pollutions, there's which other one? Every form of emissions too can come under here because at one point it pollutes the air, right? So every form of emissions can come under here. Almost every form of emissions can come under here. Please ask your question. Ask your question. I'm already seeing confusion right now. Ask your question.
Okay, thank you. One of the major points of discrepancy is the terminology, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that, of course, we are different people from different fields and different backgrounds, so we just interpret things relatively differently. But I think we get the idea.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe because we are using the word extinction and excessiveness. So, okay, so what we are trying to drive out is the fact that it is either more, right? By more, it is also a crisis. So this is a crisis, right? By crisis, it is more, right? And it's also creating a problem. By extinction, meaning that it is less, and it's also what? Creating a problem. Now, what we are saying is, in one leg, as a journalist or as an advocate, at what point do you stand in how you use all of this? Right? Is it, maybe I should throw the question out to say, is it possible for you to tell one story and at least it covers 3 or 4 legs? Is it possible? Is it possible? Right? So it's kind of pushed us to a way to say we can actually redefine our storytelling. And you remember, I've not even yet started with data here. And you remember, I've not even made any mention to even data. Right? So I'm saying you can pick an emission data, right, around methane, let's take for instance, right? And you don't just report methane as Nigeria is already this, that, and that's all. And you think that you have said that, right? So how does methane emission affect land? Right? How does methane emission affect biodiversity here? I didn't write anything here because, I mean, animals are going off and probably you get. In fact, when I wanted to write this, I put every form of wildlife into extinction, every form of wildlife here. then if they are getting more, I know exactly this is the point. So there are a lot of invasive species, there are a lot of migratory species that in some communities. When I was with Emmett, there was a time we went into a community in Cross River. The problem that they were having was that elephants were disturbing their farmland. We told the story, right? So they didn't have a place to stay. Elephants were invading. So you can't go, and let me give you a backdrop to that story. We went there because we wanted to do wildlife tracking and wildlife, but by the time we got there, this was what we wanted to do, all wildlife extinction and how there are no lots of elephants. By the time we got there, this was what we found, right? By the time we got there, this was what we found. I could have, as a journalist, sat down back and like, sir, we are sorry, wildlife has still, but we had to understand that, okay, the fact that it is also more, right, can also become a problem. Are you getting the whole ideology around it? Now, we're driving, I feel like there is noise. Okay, there's noise, right? So, if we pick emission as one problem, as one climate crisis problem, right, we can almost link it to, like we were saying, link it to land, because it's going to affect those on the land, right? Link it to what? Every animals, every form of bio, because it's going to affect them, right? Link it to water. Do you know that there are sea animals that suffer from a lot of emission, right? And that is just one story. Remember, this story is going to be as long as 1,000 to 1,005 words, and we are not going to make reference to one person, because at this point, what we have just done is done the explanation, right? Then we can take a second leg to that story and say, is there a social problem that happens to this? So you see that pestle challenge, that pestle diagram, take it and say, is there a social challenge to this? Pick it up again and say, is there a political challenge to this? Pick it up and say, is there an environmental problem to this? Or pick it up and say, is there a legal problem? What policy is not working that this? And note, everything we have just been talking about is just what? One emission. Did you get what I'm saying? Then after we have told that story for, let's say, 5 months, we go to the next climate crisis and peak pollution. So in 2 years, you can almost tell 6, and you have not just told 3. So I spent one, I'm saying how practical it can be, because I spent 1 year talking about just deforestation. 1 full year. And I told more than 6 stories, and it's just one. But you find journalists today, so let me rubbish all of us more. Today you have done flooding, tomorrow greenhouse gas, next tomorrow, and everything not have there, right? But that's just the old scope to how their question.
Sorry, please.
No problem.
I just want to get clarification.
Yeah.
Did you just mention that for 1 year you talked only about deforestation?
Yes, I did.
So what about the other?
What I said was 1 year talk about deforestation, but interrelate it to everything.
There will be a link to other branches. Okay,
Exactly.
thank you very much.
So when I went to the field, my first approach, so I mean, Emma gave you the whole, let me not tell you what happened between me and my former boss, how he sacked me, right? So the whole idea was, let us go and check the trees. Let's check it with the policies. Let's check it with that. Let's check it with this, right? And we didn't find that. So the first thing we found was the trading system, how those guys were selling out their trees, right? We wanted to know what was happening. Why is it that a community person who wants to sell out his tree, there was a social problem to it? So we reported that first, right? Went on again to see, okay, beyond the social problem, what's the effect on, let's say, the gender space? We told that problem. Then when we're going to go to the next farm, right, we didn't just want to tell deforestation as just one story. We saw wildlife into it, right? So again, and with wildfire, but it was still what? Deforestation. Why I'm saying it was still deforestation is that the idea of the whole story that led us into the farm, into the forest for close to 4 to 5 times was what? Deforestation. But in every journey that we made, When we entered, we found something new. Why? Because we have done a map to see how deforestation spread across other challenges. But today is not my practical section, it's tomorrow. Right? Now, the final thing that we'll do is what if we pick every of those issues and decategorize them in, let's say, 3 formats. Let's pick here as causes, right? Pick here as development, right? And pick here solutions. So for causes, let's say flooding, Abi. How do you report a flooding story from a development point of view or from a solution-based point of view? Anyone? Some people are so smiling. Smiling for me. How do you report cause or from a solution point of view? Now, by development, I'm not saying flooding kills 3 today, kills 5 tomorrow. Those ones are the news informative. Remember when we started, we said what we want to move from is from the regular information down into the narrative. Right? So when you report flooding from either solution point, how do you do that?
So reporting flooding from a development point of view would be perhaps urban planning. People want shelter, and because there's need for shelter, which is a social problem, it has violated planning. Now, I'm using urban planning because we're mostly in the urban areas. It has violated planning. Now, that's a development issue. Another aspect could be, oh, well, that's it. And then from a solution.
How do we take a cause, flooding, for example, and report it from a development point of view or from a solutions point of view? So someone has said plan, right? What else again? Every form of development that you can think of, any form of development. How do we take a cause of an event, a cause of a crisis, emission, deforestation, desertification, and report it from a development? I feel like I should throw that in as assignment so that we will not sleep this night. I feel like, all right, let's go. Okay, I've seen one hand.
But how to report flooding from the solution point of view?
All right, let's try.
Proper drainage, or dredging of the rivers.
Okay. Okay. Someone else. Let's try and invest.
I think reporting from the development point of view, you will speak about absence of structural planning in probably a community or a society. Because when there are these lapses, that is when the harsh effects of flood, it's washing away structures, washing away roads. That is you reporting the causes of flood from a developmental point of view.
Okay.
Then from the solution point of view, you highlight some expertise solutions that has been propounded by maybe specialists in the field. And key it into your report from the solution point of view.
So let's just take 2 quickly. I don't want to make my other wait too much. To do one, then I think you raised up your hand. Okay.
All right. Yes. And so from the solution point of view, now engaging experts and the need for awareness, and the need for people to stop and building on waterways, pouring dirt, on drainages and all that, because those things can lead to flood. for example, in Kuche, where I live, there's a community called Shindadi. As it is at the moment, there's the way they're dumping refuse and all that, it's practically blocking the waterways around that area. And this morning, when it rained, okay, when it rained this morning, when we were coming to town, that on that road for about more than close to 30 minutes because we had to wait for this was and so I think awareness help to solve the problem. That is awareness solution to it.
Okay. So everything we have said is actually right. There's no wrong answer, right? So I'm probably not countering anything you're saying. I'm saying that a lot of us, the data that we have is this. Are you getting it? So is this the causes? So if I ask you how many people were killed in 2022 by flood, what do you have? Tell me 1 point something million. Every of the investigation that you have done is where? Because some of the field work you did, how people were, talk now, you know the story you wrote now, how people were displaced, some people even did it from IDP, some people, it affected the health, it affected, we did those beautiful stories, right? Those were those we took, right? And those are the data that is, the government will help you provide that particular data. But it's possible for us to get data on development. So a good example, when Mr. Joshua was speaking, 10 years ago, they gave people, they said they wanted to do 1,000 or 10,000 things. Only 2,000 benefited. That's 10 years ago. Right now, we went and reported the story. Some people did 2,000 benefited out of 10,000. Some people did 8,000 people. The money was not, but what was the development trend after right now? So the people that benefited, how are they living right now? The people that didn't benefit, can we pick a data point on this? Solution, and I'm taking this to the solution people, because the next thing we think of is let's go and find an NGO or let's go and find an initiative, like we call it, right? Initiative. Mr. Promise, is it not initiative we call it? So, initiative that is working, right? But it says data points to how we can report that. Every of this grammar I just made is what we call climate adaptation, climate mitigation, climate resilience, such that when we want to upscale the conversation of flood, right, our development starts from what are the things that even influenced it at first? Why did flooding happen? Did anybody tell that story? Why did it even happen in the first place? Oh, there was a dam, the dam broke. Is that the only story about the dam? What happened that the dam broke? Oh, it was too old. Why is it too old? Was there funding that goes to that? Every of that starts from the beginning, like we're saying, and goes now that we have the flooders, the waters has come down, and the dams are now working. Has anybody gone back there to check if rain intensified the way it intensified in 2022? Would that dam, would the repairs affect that? Did you get what I just said? Okay, people started living in places. What initiative? No, I don't want to use the word initiative. What informed that decision? How is it that my house got flooded right now, and the next thing I was able to think of was a solution to the next thing I wanted to take? Okay, this place has gotten flooded. Let me quickly run to my friend in Guarimpa. What was the impact of everybody running from here to Guarimpa? Why was Guarimpa a safe haven for everybody that was displaced in this place? What is in Guarimpa that cannot be replicated here that will avoid this? I've given you like six story ideas right now. Did you get what we are saying? Right? So it means that if we want to pick any data points, by the time the government comes to you and say, according to NEMA, 15 million people were displaced by flood, right? After you have done that in your normal informative stage, your next upskill should be questioning that data in these two legs. Because the assignment I'm going to draw for us tomorrow is to pick at least 2 climate stories, right? Answer them with this if you were going to tell the story. At least 2. Individual. Because we will come tomorrow to come and discuss it. Tomorrow I'll pass the mic to everyone like this and we'll discuss it. Right? Can we answer every of those in these 2 forms? If we were to get the data, and the data here is not, well, there's the primary source, which is the interviews. But right now, you cannot travel. You don't even have the money to go and interview people. So what can you do right now? That begin to check things like patterns, things like trends. Did you get what I'm saying? To answer that questions that you are leaving. Did you get anything we're saying? Right? And that's just it. Let me stop here before I lead you into another thing. Please. I want to quickly invite Mr. Mansir. His profile is long, and I don't know it from my head, but he's someone that has worked with us in Data Fight Academy, teaching GIS, mapping, and mapping tools and mapping technology, basically geographical data, right, on how to either work with climate change, work with any other things. And so what he's going to be doing is teaching you how to work with some of those GIS tools or how you can even interpret them. Because, like I said, the 60 data sets we gathered, a lot of them are maps. So you need to understand what all those data points is. So let's quickly, wait, clap for me first for teaching you now. Yeah, let's clap for him. All right. So we have Mr. Then we'll probably have the round off. Thank you very much. Clap for him till you get to the mic.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I wish I was here. I think I missed, but at least from what I've seen, I like a lot of it. A lot of things I've been hearing, especially the fact that people don't loosely use climate and climate change interchangeably. As people who are geography, that's usually us, but I think the awareness is becoming much more common now on how to differentiate it and how to know when to use it. So I'm waiting for my slide or my presentation document. But before then, I want to start by just giving a brief introduction to the concept of GIS. I almost skipped that in my presentation because it's right now I don't know what it, but I figured that it's a mere introduction. So GIS, it's getting common these days. It means Geographic Information System, which is a science, and it's also an art these days. But it's a science of collecting, analyzing, interpreting, storing data, attaching it to strong location references. So, which is why when I was hired to work in a newsroom, at first it was a very strange thing to have a GIS specialist in a newsroom, but after a while it makes sense because in journalism we have the 5 W's and 1 H questions, and GIS kind of emphasizes, it emphasizes a lot on the location components of the story, of the issue being addressed. And over the past 5 years, we've leaned into that component and, well, encouraging results and bringing new dynamics to the way we report on issues relating to conflict, relating to climate, development issues, accountability itself. We trace it back to how IS and action-based phenomena like affects all these situations. So my topic today is to talk about the GIS tools for climate data. A GIS tool for climate data, I thought best way to do this, because there was a lot of ways I could go into this, but I thought the best way to do this was to just take us a little bit, we should stroll through some of the reports we have made and, visit how I did it or how we did it and what the GIS component of that is. I couldn't put everything there because we spend all day. So I thought, let me just put some of the highlights. I hope I explained it enough. So here is the so the actions that we have done, the actions that we continue to do that affect the climate adversely, and in return we get a feedback. This is the feedback. So yeah, I've talked about the climate, the introduction. So this is another map I just liked. It was a development story. We were talking about how dredging and some government policies, how it fed in addressing reoccurring flood, annual reoccurring flood. So I like the story because, but I'm taking it from the perspective of the data itself. When we did this, the obvious thing to look at is check the trend, check the reports, check what data is telling you about flood. So that year we wanted to report, because we've been reporting it in the previous year, and so we wanted to have a sort of next, it's a GIF, sorry, it's just PDF, it doesn't show the GIF, but it shows the changes from 2021, 2022, 2023 or so. So it just shows the reach. And this is entirely from witness statements, people's locals, the accounts of locals in the region. And one of the approaches to using GIS and climate, there's no extra special ways of sourcing the data. You source the data the way you source every other open source data or every other proprietary data. The only difference is that in this case, you convert each aggregate of data, you convert it into different data points so that it will give you a different picture, which is attaching it to location and try to plot it on a map to give someone a clear view. Just now we were talking about the different elements of that are associated with weather and climate and how climate change comes into all of this. And we talk about it, and it's something we understand, a lot of us understand because it's there. But when you want to conceptualize it to an issue, you attach it to a location, attach it to a place. You have all the questions already, and when you attach it to a place, it gives you the nuances. You can see the cross-section between conflict and climate change. You can see the section between development issues and climate change, accountability and climate change. And when since we're not in an academic setting, if in a newsroom, in an advocacy situation where human interest is mostly at the forefront, this is important because you get to visualize it and you don't just map it, you write it and you describe what you mapped, which is something we do. So there are two types of GIS data. I don't want to go into the technicalities of it, but this is something we have to put, we always reference. I don't think about it too much. I even had to force myself to think about it because right now it's too natural for me when I want to work with GIS. When you tell me the issue, I just know whether I'm using a spatial data or an attribute data or both, or which spatial data or which attribute data. So the spatial data from the term spatial space just talks about the thing in space. Whether it's a point feature, is it a well? Is a well somehow, or a river, a line feature? Is it a river? Is it inundated in any way? Is it affecting the condition in that way? Or is it a shape? Is it maybe an area that is on a flood plain? That is spatial data. The attribute data gets to explain what the spatial data is. It just tells you what is it. It's a flood plain. The fact that it's a flood plain is an attribute data. The fact is that it's safe from flood, it's safe from inundation. That means it's an attribute data. Yes, please. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I used A4 for this. So, okay, this looks good. This is good. Thank you. So, spatial attributes, shapes, points, lines, river, lake, spatial. Is the river deep? Is it shallow? That's attributes. Describing the spatial data. Yeah, don't worry. Okay. Is this clear, please? Do we need to zoom it further? Okay, I've already spoken about this anyway. Let's just go here. So I just want to walk us through some of the stories and how we found issues, real life issues, and related to the climate variability, climate effect, and dare we say climate change. So this map here was supposed to be a solution story, but we didn't get enough to make it that. So we just had to do what we could here. It's one of the simplest. I wanted to start with this because one of the simplest way you can visualize climate data, which is just to map out what the record says. You don't need to do too much things. If NIMET releases data on weather, extreme weather over a place, they usually list the state or the local government, and then they tell you, yes, they're going to have 40 degrees of heat this week, of temperature this week. They're going to have 39, 41 this place. So you can just take that, aggregate the data, and just attach the location reference, that is the coordinates or the place, and you just plot it on a map. We have the GIS tool that helps with that. For this one, I use the ArcGIS Pro, which helped me just plot the reference, create a heat map of this, and a heat map is easier to understand by everyone than a set of tabular data. So this was a very simple one we did, and we also use open source, of course, when to get more minute data, credible data that's not just NIMET, but you have the global data sources that will give you credible estimates that you can work with. Like, for instance, something of a local government, of a very, of course, weather is not discrete. We call it, it's referred to as discontinuous feature because it doesn't have boundaries. It doesn't stop anywhere. It's mostly just pins as it crosses geographic boundaries. So that's why we use things like heat maps and zone of influence and affected places to just explain this. So this is also another simple one. It's just something the NIMET published. It's part of the same story. It's just to talk about the consequences of climate change. Like, for instance, is something that is exacerbated by extreme weather. It's exacerbated by extreme weather. I know cause it was so, you know, publish several you can just use reference to and plot it shows the difference. Where they found places that are at or below sea level, and or just a few meters above sea level. So if you are 4 meters above sea level, you're still not safe. So they did a lot. They had like a lot, hundreds of communities there. But our own analysis, we went a little bit deeper and we found the most pressing ones, which were up to 31 out of those. These were the most vulnerable ones, the ones that we've had repeated cases of IDPs now being double displaced because their accounts have been flooded by this, and this was a story. This is an interactive on the website. Just check it out. So GIS it's a also we use I use online here to this is another these region was walking lake in the previous settlements were And after 2 years or so, this kind of analysis. And that's what we did here. They were talking, because then on Twitter, when the flood happened, everyone on Twitter were talking about how this contemporary market, it's too crowded, there was too many developments, the government need to do something. I saw, I think it was Ganduje at that time, right? Who was that? They were talking about how they were going to destroy, they'll go to demolish buildings, but then they talked about there was a political aspect of it that, you know, the structures belongs to his people and all those things. We discussed this in the story as some of the causing factors of this. And so this central area itself is the canteen market. I hope I'm calling that correctly. It's the market, the most important thing we did with this report was actually, this is the lowest elevation. This is the flood, the town of the city, before they take minor streams outside. So this is central Kano, the city of Kano. Everything coming from other too, because you can always find out the flow of them here, choked with development. Sorry again about the GIF thing. This is supposed to show the satellite view of it and show the buildings and how everything is choked. So it also helps us to confirm situation, not just confirm, but provide a form of clarity that it's appealing to the. This I like it because it's also supposed to show flooding in the local jar. This is a 2022 flood. The NASA released their Sentinel analysis of the flood in Nigeria that time, because the record-breaking flood, and so this is after the flood. This story was after the flood. We just wanted to do a recall, preparing for the succeeding rainy season, because the year before that was intense. This is a direct geospatial analysis. This was more of a geospatial analysis than it was a news report, but it was done from the lens of a news report, of course. But we even had to put it in the title as a geospatial analysis because it was intense. It was an intense analysis of spatial data and the event. So this is Lagos flood. it's very common. It's an annual thing too, especially around the coast. But there are also these incidents of floodplains, uncontrolled development, and all those nuances around that. So, but this wasn't just about flood; it was just about the environmental elements that were contributing to this reoccurrence. And prior to this, I'd written a lot on different kind of flood affecting Lagos. I'd done one helping. This might look in the next 10 years. the depleting if the trend continues, if there is nothing done with this. So this was a big one. We used Landsat for this, and it was well received. I think we were also invited to talk about it in Lagos. We discussed about the floodplain. We also talked about the lagoons, the different other natural breakers that were there that were destroyed. So what I'm trying to say is that GIS, when everybody look at what I do, it's always a mysterious thing, but it's not. It's just understand the laws of geography, understand the laws of science, understand the laws of geography, and then just understand how the perspective of a human being. And then you can find the data the way you find, as a trained journalist, as a trained researcher, you can always know how to find your data. You can do a content analysis of a report. You can do advanced search operations online, find different sources. You find a report, get the content, put it on a table, put the details of that on the table as the attribute, get the location, the coordinate of that as the spatial data, all the various information you have, attributes, plot it on a map. Plot it on a map. It's simple when you know this and you're using the software. It's simple because the software, GIS software, the thing about it is that they put a lot of those scientific principles. The law of containment, the law of interception, the law of spatial differentiation. Why is something different here? Why is it not the same thing there as it is here? And all those laws that guide it, they are already embedded in these platforms. And this technology is already there. They give you network analysis, proximity analysis, buffer, elevation models, flood. So all these rules are there for you to use. All you need to do, get the data, put it in a suitable format, upload it to the system, and let it plot it for you. It plots it for you, and as a professional, in fact, as someone who is skilled enough to read any graphical representation of anything and interpret it. And that's what you do. You interpret it into the text. You explain it beyond what someone who has knowledge in the workings of this thing will explain it. Yes, you can come to the board, we can talk about, and we will understand it honestly. We will honestly understand when you tell us that, yeah, maybe Lekki is flood prone. Yes, we understand that. What is near Lekki? There's a place near Lekki that is not flood prone. Why is it not flood prone? You see, it can be simple. It can be the difference between this one being just at sea level. Lagos, there are places at sea level, 1 kilometer. If you want to experiment a little bit, you go with your Google Earth Pro. You just use your cursor and you check the bottom right corner of your screen. You see the elevation. If you just move your cursor between that and you see, and you see the difference between this elevation. You can easily, before you can check which place is floodplain, which place is not floodplain. But with advanced data like the digital elevation models, with digital elevation models, it's easy. You plot it, you just put it on the map, you do the extraction. I'm using that word too much, I know, sorry. So you put it, you use the various geospatial techniques, processing tools available for you in this software, and I'm not going to say plot it. So I work with a proprietary software, ArcGIS Pro. It's paid. It's paid, and it just took my geography, my entire geographic knowledge. It digitized it. That's what geography does. Everything I studied in, cumulatively 8 years, I guess, undergraduate, postgraduate, geography. I just saw the rules were just embedded in an app, and the app just needs you to command it. And so tools like QGIS, very easy to use, open source. They try to replicate the ArcGIS, which is a proprietary software. I use QGIS, even though I have this licensed ArcGIS, I use QGIS a lot because it's simple, it's easy, it's open source development, and if you have a little bit of coding skills, technical skills, which is not so far-fetched now with AI-generated coding, You can then you can even enhance the capabilities to do a lot of things, create new rules for it. Google Earth Pro, I can't do without it because it's the ultimate base map for everything. In school, then when we were in school, then it wasn't so popular in undergraduate level. It wasn't so popular, so I think we only had a Google Earth lesson once or twice. Dr. Ishaya just did that once or twice, and he just showed us how to map. I had to take a different course for this, but because back then in Google Earth at university we usually use air photos. You have two photographs, paper photographs, and we use it to make our measurements. We use things like the stereoscope to even have a 3D effect. The 3D effect is not real, but we have to trick our mind, our brain to see the 3D effect. But now coming out of school and seeing a tool like Google Earth, and I was like, no, this should not be free. I'm sorry, but Google Earth should not be free. In fact, you can make ArcGIS posts free, but Google Earth, the fact that it's free is one of the greatest humanitarian missions that these people have done, because the data there, I couldn't imagine doing the work I do without it. Even if it's not the final output, it's one of those pieces of the puzzles that is a must. It may be a central piece that just puts everything together. So I use the Google Earth Pro. You can download the Pro version, the native version, easy to use. The web version is much more complicated, but they have been updating it recently. Good to use. It has the historical feature. You go back, you look at development, you look at vegetation changes, you look at this in maybe coastline shifting and all those things. You look at that. If you want to take it a step further and really provide very, very specific data, then you use advanced satellite images like I didn't list it here. Okay, like the Landsat data, which I use for the other analysis. The Landsat data, I use it for a lot of my analysis, even for the desertification story, because it's basically a vegetation. You just check the spectral signature that's the light signature of plants or of wetland, or a different kind of plant or specific kind of plant. Wetlands, water bodies, anything, and you feed it to the machine learning, predefined machine learning algorithm that's already in the platform, and it replicates that, it finds others, and quantifies for you so much that you can have measurements more precise than when you go to the field yourself and take a ruler or take a tape and measure all these things. And the fact that you have this precise measurement over large areas, I mean, you can have for the entirety of Lagos. Lagos is not a big place, but I mean, it's not the biggest place in Nigeria, but I mean, if you can quantify every vegetation indices in that state, you have a very powerful report, very powerful analysis. I mean, you can confidently do projections, you can confidently do statistical analysis because you have a lot of data, which is something that is very difficult to find these days. I have minimized this thing. So we don't overlook public data sources like NIMET, of course. These days you even have to pay for it. There are freely available data, but if you want specific data, you have to pay for it. There are discounts for students and researchers. I have not gotten one directly as someone that's working in a newsroom, but I've gotten their data from as a student, as a researcher from there, and they get accurate data. They get accurate data. It's generalized, but they get accurate data, and it's something you can bank on to use for your Bluetooth. So although a lot of their data don't have the location reference, but you can always do that. You can take the extra step to add the location reference. For instance, if they're telling you, they can give you all the rainfall metrics for a place over a year. But if you can get for multiple places, you can check the differences between all these places and use it to interpret a broader picture of the situation that may be elusive to the regular eyes. The US Geological Survey Agency is where I get my Landsat this thing. It's free. You can register. You download from the USGS Earth Explorer. You can get a lot of this geospatial data beyond just the Landsat. You can also get Sentinel. You can get Sentinel from the NASA website. You can get from the European Space Agency website. But you can also get from the USGS, US Geological Survey Agency. They provide the data freely and update it It's much more reliable than what you find on Google Earth Pro. It's limited. Google Earth Pro, a lot of them, either they donate the data or it doesn't have coverage. But this, the Landsat, it's a global data. It covers every piece, every part of the Earth. If you want to study any part of the Earth, it doesn't just give you images. It doesn't give you pictures, but it gives you a series of lights with different measurements. And if you know the rules of combining different bands, like for instance, now you know that if you combine red, blue, green, you get natural color, what our eyes are sensitive to. If you combine the near infrared, mid infrared, and maybe the green part of the spectrum, you'll be able to do the first color infrared. First color can identify plants in the most minute situations. There might be a small weed growing here that we might not notice. First color infrared, it just sees it immediately. It just measures the minute spectral. And I've taken it a step further to use it for my investigation on the Mars graves, which is an award-winning investigation that we use the spectral combination of these satellite images, the SAR images, combined with the Google Earth images, and combined with the field work, find those places, separate all this noise. You can remove the vegetation, remove the land. You just want to see the weed. You just want to see this kind of crops, plants. You want to see healthy crops. You want to see healthy plants. You want to see dying crops. So that's the advantage of this data. It's not something you can interpret with your eyes immediately, but if you are able to analyze this, you can see beyond what the eyes can see. You can see almost all the spectrums of the electromagnetic radiation. We just only see 3. You can see what dogs see that we humans can't see. So this is something I feel like it's underused. The Living Atlas. So Esri, the largest geographic information system software company, they're the one that produced the ArcGIS Pro that I use. Esri now not now, they've had it for a long time. The Living Atlas is just like a living map with different physical and socio-economic issues, different elements of climate change, whether it's vegetation change, whether it's forest loss, whether it's flood plains, whether it's shrinking water bodies. It's easier for at least non-GIS professionals to look at. If you just take your time with it, just explore the data set of the Living Atlas, and you see what you can offer. And I get a lot of story ideas from there. Just casually going through it, seeing the multitude of data, things, the neural synapses just connect, and you get a data that you get a story that you want to work on right from there. But if you also have a story, you can just also visit the Living Atlas to see if it has data. The Living Atlas, yes, like Atlas, like a map, a living map. And so the Living Atlas is a convenient alternative to the Google Earth engine. So Google Earth engine is different from Google Earth Pro, Google Wide, and it's much more technical. You need to have scripting skills, coding skills, like not just good skills, but advanced coding skills to write very, very complex logic. Yes, please. Huh? So you can use JavaScript, you can use Python. Yes. So if you have that, you write this. So now with AI, it's much easier because you can type the AI to write. AI can write the function for you. So I don't tell people this before because I don't tell the regular people. I just direct them to the Living Atlas. But with Google Earth Engine, you have so much data, even air quality. That is very hard. I mean, we did a report of air quality. We had to pay professional. We had to go to River State and pay people for a few days to take the air quality mission, which is something I also advise to do, of course. But when you do something like that, you want to have this global data set, this consistent monitoring data set of air quality, which you can find in the Living Atlas, you can find in the Google Earth Engine database. You use that, cross-reference what you find in the field, strengthen it. If you think there's something that needs to be corrected, disproved, or supported, I mean, you have all the information you need there. So that is a very good source for the data, and you can't imagine the kind of stories that will come to you. One of the biggest challenges with this multitude of data sets sometimes is that you might not have the time, or you might be overworked. Like in your department, if there are not a lot of people that can focus on something and you're focusing on the different things. So, but if you can allow yourself to look at this and have us and try to put it from the perspective of issues that are affecting people, lived experiences in relation to whether it's climate or any other thing. But today's topic is climate. But if it's in relation to any other thing, of course, you can always put that and use it as your reference or as your inspiration to write a very, very good story. I don't know if there's anything left. So there's the open street maps and the local government administrative boundaries. So don't underestimate, if you're looking for your data, don't underestimate local sources. Try to check if Nigeria even public. Yes, I mean, I don't have so much hope for that, but I still check. Like Nigerian government agencies, I mean, when you go to their website, most of the time, if you go to websites that are supposed to give you this so much multitude of maybe climate data or flood data, they just name places and just give you crisis signaling details. They don't give you data that you just export to CSV, take it to your Excel, do an analysis, or take it to your ArcGIS and do your analysis. No, you have to. So most of the time, you have to aggregate it from different sources and try to make sense of it. But sometimes we can be lucky. The Surveyor General of the Federation, they do good job, good work. They have made sure they've demarcated every part of the, maybe not the ungoverned spaces, of course, but I mean, the ungoverned space may be generalized, but every other part of the administrative boundaries, local administrative boundaries, very minute from local, national, international, regional administrative boundaries, shapefile. Those data are available. You can find it. You might need to demarcate it. You might need to use it to, do some mathematical functions like separate vegetation, or like more recently, I was able to use this same shapefile data when I had a data on protected spaces in across Nigeria. These data produced by Ambos. So I took all these protected spaces and used the GIS to mathematical functions, calculate the percentage of protected areas as it relates to the overall state. I mean, and stories like the fact that the more there are ungoverned spaces, the more there are unprotected, the ungovernable spaces or protected forests in a region, the more percentage of land it takes from each state, the more likely it is that there are non-state actors group active in this place. So those are the nexus you can always form with this kind of thing. So this is social research, this is news research, this is human interest research, this is not just scientific and academic. So you have to put the nexus between how it affects the people and what the data. I mean, the people who are already publishing data, they're already doing a good job. So just make it something you can interpret and make it very, very relatable to people. I want to look at a report and said, I can picture it, even without looking at the map, the details itself. I think that's one of my strongest strengths in the newsroom, is that I can give you a proper geographical analysis of a situation, the size, the area, the containment, the relationship between this and that. Put it, if you have a 500 word contribution to a 2,000 or 1,500 words investigation, not even a feature story. It makes it so much cheap. In fact, the avenues, it will increase the word count, because if you are trying to give a more explanatory paragraph of each of the facts in that 500 words, each of the facts, if you're trying to give explanatory paragraph of each of them in relation to the current situation you're investigating or you're studying, you will see that just that the few paragraphs you've written will extend your story into newer dimensions. In my last report, I actually had to send the reporters back to the field. After doing this, I was like, no. I noticed that there are legacy deforestation happening and afforestation happening in these places that are supposed to have been occupied by non-state actors over this, in the past 10 years. Non-state actors are not there. This is part of the Great Green World Project. Yet, and the expectation, like many other places I study, is that yes, these places are abandoned, so no tree planting campaign is going on there. And understandably, these places are controlled by a non-state. In fact, communities have been abandoned from this place. People have left this place. It's understandable that there are yes, this initiative can go on. But then I noticed that, okay, there are some places in Sokoto, some places in Niger, those Sahel regions, places in Niger, why do they have more trees now than before? And people have left this place for decades, for a decade at least. What was the problem? It took a while, but then it had to force me to do another open source investigation, where I found out things like the tree planting campaign that happened in the past. Those planting shrubs, and I thought, oh, okay, it takes like about the same amount of time for these trees to grow, even if people are not there. It takes about the same. It makes sense. So I said, okay, reporters, we have done this report already. Go back to the field. Talk to anybody, fixers, get as close as possible to some of these places and study them, because this is another avenue for investigation. We found this legacy growth. How can we expand our story? So they went back to the field. The story was even done, but they had to go back because this was a new dimension that we had to explore. So that is what the data does. It's a continuous associative process that gives you, that does enhance the clarity of report as you go. And you get to see that when you add a location, or when you emphasize the location component of everything, because everything happens differently across everywhere. When you add the location component of it, it opens new dimension. It expands the story so much that you can even find facts that are unrelated to the GIS part, because it inspired you to look beyond what you were originally thinking. So, if I were to give an advice on this, is just that just keep an open mind and just keep the research, open these resources, interact with it, talk to professionals too. It's also good to talk to colleagues and professionals. Even in my biggest investigation, I contacted people in the BBC. They never knew of me, just contacted them, talked to them. How did you do this? Oh, we explained, we had chats, exchanged email, calls, and it was a great report. I think I always try to make sure I give them credit, at least for my biggest report. It was something I've always been a fan of this BBC investigation, and when I was doing the report, I had that in mind. And even though I studied all these things in school, some of these things I had to start afresh from beginning, try to relearn all these things. In the process of relearning, yes, the experience kind of kicked in, but talking to experts, talking to professionals, peers and colleagues, it kind of strengthens your confidence in what you are doing. And you are working with very sensitive data, and your accuracy is your number one priority. And so when you are doing this and you want to be very confident in what you are doing, it's also good to ask questions and meet other people, collaborate with professionals, even if it's just your story. Okay, so I don't know if there's anything else here, but I think that should be the end of my presentation.
So quickly, thank you very much, sir. Any question? While I wait for the question, I wanted to use. Sorry, please, you can have your seat. I wanted to use a minute to show us an example of some of the technicalities. See if I can quickly find it. Okay, it's not here. Some of the technicalities into what Mr. Mansir was talking about. Okay. So some of the data set that we're going to be giving out to you, ChatGPT has chatted you. So let's take, for instance, we wanted to do something around this, right? This is one of a very good tool that talks about, that helps rank water around a particular region. So if we are just resulting into every water risk, right? No, let me not show you this one. Let me show you something that is very interesting. I know some people have not seen before. So, and this connects to I'm saying this so that it broadens our minds question. This connects to how we, like I said, how we see issues around several climate crises, and we can not report them in isolation, right? So this is a good mapping tool that helps document everything about conflicts that results from water, right? I know the only conflicts that we have heard of in Nigeria is Boko Haram, right? But do you know that people fight because of water? This is not even down to Lake Chad. Let's leave Lake Chad. Lake Chad is let's focus in Nigeria. Nigerian busy. Right? Now I'm saying this because every of this, we can delimit all these data sets and just try to point out this. And you see that most of those conflicts that are stemmed up in those communities, remember when we were talking about the whole extinction and excessiveness, are because of some of those crises. Now, are we reporting, or have any of you even seen this until I? Do any of you know that people fight because of water? Yeah, but you didn't know that there's a data that is gathering it. Do you understand what you're saying? Now, looking at all these data points, right, you can create a story out of it. Nobody can. This is already one pitch for some of you. I know some people are already thinking of the next pitch they want to apply for IGNet. Right? So we are already thinking, yeah, I've captured, don't worry, we are all in this journalism field together. Right? And then this is just one of it, right? One climate crisis resulting into a particular conflict. Then you probably want to tell the development part of it. Then you probably want to tell the solution part of it. Did you get? And all those ideas is just by looking at one map. Right? So every of the things that he was explaining was just telling you that if you want to pick a crisis, you cannot just delimit it to a social issue and say because the whole story idea or the whole pitch or the whole grant is just about gender, and you now think that gender does not to any of these issues. Did you get it? Let me expand and show you. So if we were to pick, we are in West Africa, sub-Saharan, right? And let's expand on Nigeria, right? So I'm just picking one random one. So violent protests in Nigeria over the price of water, right? And a protest around down to 28 over the price of water. Someone sees this particular kind of data set and says, it's too stale, it's too old, right? But I'm telling you that this is just one course. Did you get it? Can we track this down to know if there's an issue that has solved this, right? Or what had happened? Where did this protest even lead to? Maybe we should start that from there, right? How did they solve that particular issue? Now, I'm saying this because by tomorrow, when we start talking about how you can interpret, remember when we started, I was talking about where you get the data from, right? What you do with the data, which is part of the things he has helped us to. Then another level of how you interpret the data. So when we start talking about things like interpretation, and we try to drop every social problem, is there a financial issue to this, right? So that pestle diagram, we'll dig into it. Is there a political issue to it? Is there a policy issue to it? And it's just one story, right? Let's see another map. Don't worry, we'll talk about this tomorrow. So if we go to, let's say we go to environment, right? And we pick something like this. Have you seen this? And this is just air pollution, right? In Nigeria, right? This is already a big word for some people because the only thing that makes sense to everybody there is the 46 they're seeing. Right? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, oh, I caught you. Right? But now it's showing us that the air quality is good. right? And this is just life. But can we like go back? So let me see if it's giving us, and this is as of March what? This is as of what? May 28th. Now, if you already know that you have this database, when you get to, imagine 2-3 months ago, thank God a lot of us are residents of Abuja, 2-3 months ago when we were feeling that extreme heat, right? And you had grants flying out and you have this kind of data, right? What's like the best form of storytelling that you can put out, right? Simple. How are farmers surviving in heat? You don't have money to even go to Borno or any place to go and ask. If it's me, I'll just come. And I probably just need to make one call. How, Abi? So, every farming system needs good, what do they call it? What's that science word? Eh? There's no irrigation. Ecosystem, yeah, there's the ecosystem. There's one that comes with taking out carbon, bridging in for plants. I think it's that whole problem, right? Now, on a natural day, right, there is a tracking level that all stuff happens, right? What if we now have a very extreme condition that stops that process? A farmer does not have time to check this. All he's just seeing is that he's planting maize, and before he used to have 15 bands or this thing. Now he's having, in his own interpretation, he will say maybe the ground is not yielding and his enemies came after him, or his what? Or his ground is too strong, right? But meanwhile, you are just the journalist, right? You want to inform that particular sector on why we are not having a lot of farm input from that particular community at that particular time. What is the data that you can use to agree with it? If you go to a farmer and ask him, sir, tell us why you're not having input, what is he going to tell you? The ground is too what? Strong. But the ground is too strong is not a data point that you can use. Did you understand what I just said? The ground is what? Too strong is not a data point that you can do what? All those are just, what kind of data do we call that? All the normal interviewing, non-format that you write inside your story, right? What do you say, sir? Unstructured. They will help you with the whole interview. But we need, so already by default, you are feeling it. Why can't it answer the question of a data point on how it is affecting farmers and their input? The only reason you are not thinking about it is why you don't have the data to prove it. Did I answer that? Everybody does it, Did I answer it? Because the next thing I'm going to ask us to do right now is to split into groups, right? And see if we can. Now, this is the first leg, and we're just going to do that for 10 minutes. So we just do 3. 1, 2, 3, right? Can we just pick if it's water that we're picking for there, if it's forest we're picking for here, if it's air, if it's land, right? Can we try to, obviously that sheet will be available for you tomorrow, right? So you have access to it. That's like our giveaway to you, right? So beyond, can we try to start picturing story formats, right? First, from the cost point of view, from the development point of view, from the solution point of view. Now, the essence is not that you are answering the question right now. It's so that when we give you the sheet tomorrow, right? One of the things you can now do is, can this course or this development or this solution, can this data point answer it? Did you understand what I just said? Should I explain myself again? Okay, so when we split ourselves into groups, just in 10 minutes, right? We might pick as many, what do I call it? Topics that we want to write on, as many as possible. It's just within 10 minutes, right? Can we group all those topics into, so let's use flooding. Can we use, if we are working on water as this group, it is already a course, right? Can we write out 2 or 3 let's say, development upon it, or how we want to tackle development, right? How we want to report solutions in it. Once that is done, tomorrow, we with that group will take out the water perspective of it and take out it and see if any data point answers that development or answers that flooding. So that when you go from here tomorrow, right, the next story I will expect to see from you as an output is not data fight trains. Did you get it? Don't worry. I will report data fight train. I promise you, you'll see it tomorrow. You will not just see it on data fight website. Right? I will do data fight trains. Right? But what you'll be able to do is that this development, this is data that connects with, right? If you want to take it back, and someone is here that will teach you a lot about trend analysis and the likes, right? If you want to take it back, if you want to, anyhow you want to do it. But can we try to pitch a solution for a particular data point? I'll wrap this up as I begin to, so I'm using all this so that we begin to think, right? 2 months ago, we had our fiscal event of the first fiscal event for how to analyze budgets. And one of the things we talk about was not the general women ministry took so over the last 10 years. They have not met targets. We have told that story too much. Since you have been telling it, have they increased the budget? No. So can we leave that point and see, are there salient issues to address in it? And one of the things I liked one of the participants did is that she took the whole budget, right, and extracted everything that matters to water, right, or water provision, and see how that would help to solve the wash challenge in Nigeria. So I'm saying she didn't go to only Ministry of Water Resources. Everybody that had to construct borehole, that had to build water district, that had to do a dam, she took everything from every ministry, collate it together, and I say, would all this deal with the wash problem that we have, the water, sanitation, and hygiene? I think she's going to publish that story maybe in the next 1 month or so, because she took like a whole 1 month sifting that data out. Someone took the whole budget too and said, can we have a nutrition problem in Nigeria? How does this budget help solve the nutrition crisis? And looked for all the ministries that allocated fund that speak to either nutrition, malnutrition, undernutrition, anything that looks like nutrition, and answered that question. So I'm saying that you can also filter the whole budget. We are talking about targets and tracking. Have you sat down with the 2025 budget and say, what is the target we set for ourselves? 2030, Abi? Right? The new budget of Tinubu right now, is it going to help solve the maintained targets that we put for ourselves? Has anybody done that story yet? Or we are waiting for the next UN report that will say Nigeria is yet to meet the target. Can we track the finance? Because it's when you release money that we know if you will do what? Meet the target. Did you get what I just said? Aha. Now for 10 minutes, let's quickly do that. So which quick one? Okay, so I should go through development and I'm sure you were not here when I was talking about. So obviously this will be under water, right? Development will be so how if this is an how do if this is an issue, right? How do we interpret development? Let me think of one example. Someone said something like, someone said something like plan. I'm trying to remember how this is someone said. like planning, right? Someone said something like, another example. You speak of that example very well. Like dams, right? Now, all this, what we are trying to do is to say that this is like this would have not happened if all this so that's fine. Did you get it? Yeah, that's fine. Now, I just so this would have not happened if this was in place. So this would have not happened if this was in place. So this is free. Now that it has happened, how do we now in form of governance or accountability or journalism, right? If you were to report planning, you probably create an headline around it. So just do 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. What I'm saying is that so that tomorrow when we give you a data set on or a map or a distance around flooding, right? Can you tie those issues to help answer one of these questions? So quickly, just under 10 minutes or 5 minutes, we already have our lunch. Yeah, each row. So maybe this row to do one. Water, air, land, trees. Okay, you guys just choose one. Choose one. Don't worry. So I'll stop you. This is 9:40. I'm sorry. This is 3:40. I am stopping you 3:50. You just have 10 minutes to just. It's not hard. Everybody in this group. Everybody in this group. Everybody. Quickly, 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 quickly. You are doing land. Okay. So this group are doing land. What are you guys doing? Water. They are doing water. So what are you guys doing? Water. Do one or do air. Wildlife. Okay. Anyone? Quickly. You might write as much as possible. You get. There's no right or wrong answer. Just write as much as possible. It doesn't have to be right or wrong now. You can decide to write individually. You can decide to write as a group. Anyone. Just make sure you've agreed upon it. We have 8 more minutes. So I would advise that you get as much as possible so that you can as much as possible, right? We have 6 more minutes. More minutes. One more minute. All right. I think we've had enough on our books. Don't worry. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Some people want to start explaining thesis. Like, calm down. All right. If your food get cold, it's not me. Oh. All right. One, very much. No, um, okay, quick one, because we need to go get our lunch right now. Can we? Hello. Just give me 2 minutes of your time. I'm done with you already. Quick one before I invite a colleague of mine to do a closing remark. So we're going to pick up from here tomorrow. We're going to be having a lot of engagements and have like the final practical section where we begin to talk about some of those sheets and some of those tools. Can everybody concentrate? No, not more. Arsenal will still lose. So, so sorry, I don't like watching football, so I'm just picking one club. That's now. So tomorrow we'll still have a lot of time to do this practical section. Also, we're going to be having a lot of people that will delve into a lot of issues, right? So as I invite Lucy to come and do the closing remark, I want to indulge everyone to please come quite early. I know some people opened the door for us today, right? Even though they didn't continue the door, but they opened it, right? So please come quite early so that we can have that a lot of engagement and a lot of time. I want to believe to a very large extent we all took something valuable today, right? So let Lucy do the closing remark, then we can just line up and have our lunch.
We want to thank you all so much for coming this for the first day of this training, and we believe that this training must have given you insight and new ways to look at how to work with data and report climate change actions. All right, so see you tomorrow, just as Mr. Kehinde said, see you tomorrow, and the training begins by 10 a.m. Please do come early. Have a great day. No, sorry, 9 a.m. Sorry. All right, the hall, no, it won't be this hall. It will be hall 1. Next building. Hall 1, not this hall. Next, not this one. Hall 1. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Have a great day. So all one is just the next entrance. Please, not the next building, the next entrance. You can stop by to your meal and as much as possible connect with one another. Thank you all and see you tomorrow by 9. Thank you very much.